Nice.
Dev flowers.
Nice. Nice.
To start the commentary node, pick up and put on the headset Gaben.
Oh shit. Am I live? Oh shit. I thought I had the AFK screen on. Oh.
Nice.
Whoops.
Hey there. So no workshop tools, just commentary, right?
Hi. I literally just
Tyler McVicker TF2 Soldier of Juba stream when?
Tuber. I just woke up. I'm sorry. I just woke up. Hi everybody. It's Tyler from Valve News Network. How you guys doing today? I literally just got out of bed. I was up real late last night.
Nice.
Getting ready
Yo,
for today.
Tyler, good morning from down under.
Hello.
Hope you are doing well, dude.
Yeah. So
Nice.
Tyler MC surprised.
we got to get a video done. If any of my damn, I just woke up. If any of my graphics designers can get the thumbnail for this done. I know I was asking about it last night. So we got to get the video done,
Nice.
announcing that this happened, and then we got to render and upload that video, and then we'll talk about it. Okay, so we're gonna have to turn on my display capture for this. We're gonna play it. We're gonna play it all day today. That's all today is. So I'm glad you're here. All right. So there's a trailer for it. Before I watch it, let's get it downloading. There you go. I love the logo for it.
Welcome to Half-Life Alyx. To listen to a commentary node, pick up the floating hologram of a radio headset in front of you
Nice.
and simply
Keep
put
up
it
the
on your
good
head.
work.
Our first prototype was extremely rudimentary.
And as a result, we built dozens of prototypes over the next few years.
Teaching design elements is always tricky.
Nice.
We knew we'd need to do significant work.
First, the players did not like to be shot at.
We learned that sometimes a character performance can have unintended consequences.
We were already grappling with the challenge of keeping this level well-paced and within scope.
There were other problems too.
We didn't want this mechanic to feel too gamey or magical.
In VR, we found it was sometimes all too easy to create an intense atmosphere.
But how should we fictionally place them in this destroyed space?
The problem was that playtesters felt cheated that they didn't get to destroy the Strider.
So we spent months refining this section.
This looked like things had gone horribly wrong, but players themselves consistently cited this as a high point of their playthroughs.
We authored a set of individual key press sounds to be driven by animation.
These sounds helped alert players to the presence of barnacles.
We used a physical gesture to activate the pull instead of a button press.
To provide the controllers instantaneous velocity and acceleration data.
The liquid surface is then displaced by a number of sine waves, modulated with the agitation value to create rippling waves.
We created the tongue as a particle system.
Players once again were fighting the reviver as intended, and they no longer wanted to take it home as a pet.
And the club sandwich speech was resurrected.
We also designed the death animations to emphasize the abdomen exploding, and ensured that an exploded abdomen chunk was left behind after the antlion was dead.
And their dialogue is designed to inform the player that the Strider they have found may not be dead.
We updated the sounds to be more threatening, but for this headcrab, we brought back some of the cuter sounds to sell the headcrab's frustration with the mannequin.
Classic headcrab nonsense.
Hell yeah. Alright. Whoa. Shut up, Civvy. Not right now. Alright. So I got a Valve Press email about it. Oh, I got a sponsorship. For more information, 170 points of interest, 3 hours of audio. Oh, look at that. That's cute.
Nice.
16 months, Pog.
16 months. Added new CVAR. HLVR ladder must reach top when set.
Get out of there.
When set, players are required to climb all the way to the top of the ladder before they automatically teleport. Oh, okay. Cool. I remember seeing some people were tweeting about it from Valve. Okay.
Nice.
I feel like we are going to get a hell of a lot more information from this than the final hours.
I completely agree.
What? Hey, it's the dude that was building a PC since August for HLA. I got a Quest 2 after your VOD, and now I'm waiting to get a RX 6800 XT. I'm super excited to finally get into it, and I've stockpiled all your HL reports to watch after I play it.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm like super gross right now. I literally just rolled out of bed, and now we're getting the stuff done for the video. Okay. Wait, so 46. Spent this summer writing and editing 35,000 words worth of scripts for Half-Life Alyx dev commentary, as well as remotely coaching colleagues as they recorded their voiceovers at home. A heck of a thing to do remotely, but I think the players will be happy as a result. Thank you, Jason Mitchell.
Nice.
Nice.
9 months. Thanks for all the content, Tyler.
Thank you. I'm just checking to see if any of the Val followers that I follow have said anything about this. Oh, they're playing Synergy tonight. That's good. How much you want to bet the operation comes out in the middle of me doing my work for this? I'm wondering why they pushed it so fucking early, you know? All right, I think that's good. All right. All right. Hold on. So we're just going to ad-lib the video based on the different things that we have to report with. So, you know, the different assets we're going to be using. How big of an asset is this? Oh, it's pretty big. How's that look as a desktop background? Pretty good. Pretty good. All right. Why can't I resub to your channel with Prime? You can. All right, my voice is super weird. It's too late for Op 10 today? Because what the fuck are you talking about? Tyler, have you and Moonly made up already? Yeah. Okay. Put this over here. That. As you may recall, the Half-Life Alyx team was in the process of finishing the game when the COVID-19 lockdown went into effect here in Seattle, Washington. In fact, much of the team had already made the decision. As you may recall, the Half-Life Alyx team was in the process of finishing the game when the COVID-19 lockdown went into effect. In fact, much of the team had already made the decision to work from home prior to that point. Adapting to this new way of collaborating mean that while we were able to get the game out on time, we weren't able to complete some work, such as developer commentary and Steam Workshop integration. We later shipped Steam Workshop integration while in quarantine in May, and over the summer, we have had time to reflect on the development of Half-Life Alyx. We have collected 147 different points of interest from the team and recorded over 3 hours of audio commentary covering every aspect of development, including design, art, animation, rendering, sound, and more. You can access these points of interest by starting a new game with developer commentary enabled. As the commentary contains significant spoilers, we highly recommend that you play the game to its conclusion before playing through with commentary. Like much of the world, we are working from home, which means that rather than using our comfortable, high-quality recording studio at the office, we have been recording our commentary voiceovers in closets and blanket forts around Greater Seattle. When you play in commentary mode, you will see a floating headset at each point of interest. To listen, just grab the headset and put it on your head. A commentary status panel will be displayed above your hand, showing the playback progress and the name of the speaker. If you like, you can remove the headset to stop the playback. When you drop it, it will return to its original location. Commentary subtitles are also available in English, French, German, Japanese, Korean, Castilian, Spanish, Latin American Spanish, Russian, Polish, traditional Chinese, and simplified Chinese. In addition to in-game localizations for Danish, Dutch, Finnish, Greek, Norwegian, Romanian, Swedish, Thai, and Turkish, we have added a new CVAR, HLVR Move Ladder Must Reach Top. When set, players are required to climb all the way to the top of a ladder before they are automatically teleported there when they let go with both hands. This addresses a request made by a number of players to make ladders more realistic. The Half-Life Alyx developer commentary mode has been much rumored over the last few months, first being leaked in the initial Dota 2 Battle Pass update earlier this summer. We now have the whole update released today, with, according to Jason Mitchell, 35,000 words worth of scripts. Quote, according to Jason Mitchell on Twitter, quote, spent the summer writing and editing 35,000 words worth of scripts for the quote, spent the summer writing and editing 35,000 words worth of scripts for the Alyx developer commentary, as well as remotely coaching colleagues as they recorded their voiceovers at home. A heck of a thing to do remotely, but I think players will be happy with the result. I have yet to play it as of recording, but I definitely can tell that I will be enjoying this update thoroughly. If you are watching this video right when it is released, I am live streaming this update in its entirety, or at least I will attempt to, and we will be having a series of videos corroborating all of the information that can be found within it in multiple creative ways. I've known about this developer commentary update for a few months now, and I have been thinking about exactly how to present this information, and I hope you like where I ended up going with the ideas. Now, without any further ado, if you want to see me play through this developer commentary in real time with my real reactions, my Twitch page is linked down in the description below. If you're watching this video after that live stream has concluded, I will put a link to the VOD on my Stream Archive channel in place of that Twitch page link. Anyways, thank you very much for watching. I'm Tyler McVicker. Check me out on Twitter for real-time news on all of the topics I like to cover. Check out some of my merch to support me and get a physical piece of inside jokey Valve things, or maybe check out my Patreon page where you can watch videos early and get your name in the credits that I promise I will be adding back to these videos soon. Anyways, have a good day. Adios. Tyler. Yes. Hello. Oh, is there another update? Don't trust horses. Don't fucking ruin it already, Xpaw. Jesus Christ. As you don't trust horses. You may recall that As you may recall, the Half-Life Alyx team was in the process of finishing the game when the COVID-19 lockdown went into effect. In fact, much of the team had already made the decision to work from home prior to that point. Adapting to this new way of collaborating means that while—
So should I watch your stream or should I play it myself?
Up to you, dude. Weren't able to complete. As you may recall, the Half-Life Alyx team was in the process of finishing the game when the COVID-19 lockdown went into effect. In fact, much of the team had already made the decision to work from home prior to that point. Adapting to this new way of collaborating means while we were able to get the game out on time, we weren't able to complete some work, such as As you may recall, the Half-Life Alyx team was in the process of finishing the game when the COVID-19 lockdown went into effect. Much of the team had already made the decision to work from home prior to that point. Adapting to this new way of collaborating means that while we were able to get the game out on time, we weren't able to complete some work, such as developer commentary and Steam Workshop integration.
We later shipped Steam Workshop integration while in quarantine in
The
May,
Steam
and over the
Workshop
summer, we have
integration
had
is
time
so
to reflect
fucking
on the development
unfinished.
of
You
Half-Life
better not be
Alyx.
done with
We
an
have collected
HLA team.
147
Come
different
on.
points of interest from the team and recorded over 3 hours of audio commentary covering every aspect of development, including design, art, animation, rendering, sound, and more. You can access these points of by starting a new game with developer commentary enabled.
I've got so
As
much
the commentary
phlegm.
contains significant spoilers, we highly recommend that you play the game to its conclusion before playing through with commentary. Like much of the world, Like much of the world, we are working from home, which means that rather than using our comfortable, high-quality recording studio at the office, we're using laptop MacBook Pro mics. We're using MacBook mics. It's gonna give you a headache. Listening to this audio for too long will give you a headache. We have collected 147 different points of interest from the team and recorded over 3 hours of audio commentary covering every aspect of development, including design, art, animation, rendering, sound, and more. You can access these points of interest by starting a new game with developer commentary enabled. As the commentary contains significant spoilers, we highly recommend that you play the game to its conclusion before playing through with commentary. Like much of the world, we are working from home, which means that rather than using our comfortable, high-quality recording studio at the office, we have been recording our commentary voiceovers in closets and blankets around Greater Seattle. When you in commentary mode, you will see a floating headset at each point of interest. To listen to a commentary node, oh my god, I wish Gabe Newell was real. Oh god, I wish Gabe Newell was Fuck you. God, I wish he was real. Fuck. That's fucking hilarious. Shit. That's so fucking funny. As you may recall, the Half-Life Alyx team was in the process of finishing the game when the COVID-19 lockdown went into effect. In fact, much of the team had already made the decision. I redeemed a random Valve fact. I just woke up. I just woke up. Fuck off. Fuck off. I just woke up. As you may recall, the Half-Life Alyx team was in the process of finishing the game when the COVID-19 lockdown went into effect. Your mic in fact, much of the team had already made the decision to work from home prior to that point. Adapting to this new way of collaborating mean that while we were able to get the game out on time, we weren't able to complete some work, such as developer commentary and Steam Workshop integration. We later shipped Steam Workshop integration. I'm gonna say something sassy. Tyler's gonna say something sassy. We later shipped Steam Workshop integration while in quarantine in May, and over the summer, we have had time to reflect on the development of Half-Life. We later shipped Steam Workshop integration while in quarantine in May, and over the summer, we have had time to reflect on the development of Half-Life Alyx. We have collected 147 different points of interest from the team and recorded over 3 hours of audio commentary covering every aspect of development, including design, art, animation, rendering, sound, and more. You can access these points of interest by starting a new game with developer commentary enabled. As the commentary contains significant spoilers, we highly recommend that you play the game to its
This is the wrong image. Why didn't anybody tell me I was using the wrong image?
Rendering, sound, and more. You can access these points of interest by starting a new game with developer commentary enabled. As the commentary contains significant spoilers, we highly recommend that, like much of the world, we are working from home, which means that rather than using our comfortable, high-quality recording studio at the office, we have been recording our commentary through with commentary. Like much of the world, we are working. Like much of the world, we are working from home, which means that rather than using our comfortable, high-quality recording studio at the office, we have been recording our commentary voiceovers in closets and blanket forts around Greater Seattle. When you play in commentary...
Do you want to know a secret? You guys want to know a secret? They asked me to record one of the commentary nodes.
Seattle. When you play in commentary mode, you will see a floating headset at each point of interest. To listen, just grab the headset and put it on your head. A commentary status panel will be displayed above your hand, showing the playback progress and the name of the speaker. If you like, you can remove the headset to stop the playback. When you...
No, they didn't.
Seattle. When you play in commentary mode, you will see a floating headset at each point of interest. To listen, just grab the headset and put it on your head. A commentary status panel will be displayed above your hand, showing the playback progress and the name of the speaker. If you like, you can remove the headset to stop the playback. When you drop it, it will return to its original location. Commentary...
They wouldn't fucking do that.
French, German, Japanese, Korean, Castilian, Spanish, Latin. Commentary subtitles are... It will return to its original location. Commentary subtitles are all set to stop the playback. When you drop it, it will return... When you play in commentary mode, you will see a floating headset at each point of interest and simplified Chinese. In addition to in-game localizations for Danish, Dutch, Finnish, Greek, Norwegian, Romanian, Swedish, Thai, and Turkish, we have added a new CVAR. HLDR move ladder must read there when they let go with both hands. This addresses a request made by a number of players to make ladders more realistic. The Half-Life Alyx developer commentary mode has been much rumored. Russian, Polish, our comfortable, high-quality recording studio at the office.
I wanted to zoom into him, but it's like, no, fuck that. We're not doing that.
Greater Seattle. When you play... Using our comfortable, high-quality recording studio at the office, we have been recording our commentary voiceovers in closets and blanket forts around Greater Seattle. When you play in commentary mode, you will see a floating headset at each point of interest. Half-Life Alyx developer commentary...
Please use the DIN font. I don't have the DIN font installed right now. I gotta find that old thumbnail. Hold on, I gotta find that old thumbnail. Proves what I say. There it is. Yoink. Yoink.
Half-Life Alyx developer commentary mode has been much rumored over the last few months, first being leaked in the initial Dota 2 Battle Pass update earlier this summer. We now have the whole update released today, with, according to Jason Mitchell, 35,000 words worth of scripts. Quote, according to Jason Mitchell on Twitter, quote, spent the summer writing and editing 35,000 words worth of scripts for the quote, spent the summer writing and editing 35,000 words worth of scripts. Quote, according to Jason quote, spent the summer writing and editing 35,000 words worth of scripts for the Alyx commentary. Quote, spent the summer writing and editing 35,000 quote, spent the summer writing and editing 35,000 words worth of scripts for the Alyx developer commentary, as well as remotely coaching colleagues as they recorded their voice.
The next person to all caps yell at me in the chat is gonna get a picture of my butt.
Today, with, according to Jason Mitchell...
You don't want that, my friend.
Today, with, according to Jason Mitchell, 35,000 words worth of scripts. Quote, spent the summer writing and editing 35,000 words worth of scripts for the Alyx developer commentary, as well as remotely coaching colleagues as they recorded their voiceovers at home. A heck of a thing to do remotely, but I think players will be happy with the result. I have yet to play it as of recording, but I definitely can tell that I will be enjoying this update thoroughly. If you are watching this video right when it is released, I am live streaming this update in its entirety, or at least I will attempt to, and we will be having a series... with the result. I have yet to play it as of recording, but I definitely can tell that I will be enjoying this update thoroughly. If you are watching this video right when it is released, I am live streaming this update in its entirety, or at least I will attempt to, and we will be having a series of videos corroborating all of the information that can be found within it in multiple creative ways. I've known about this developer commentary update for a few months now, and I have been thinking about exactly how to present this information, and I hope you like where I ended up going with the ideas. Now, without any further ado, if you want to see me play through this developer commentary in real time with my real reactions, my Twitch page is linked down in the description. If you are watching this video right when it is released, I am live streaming this update in its entirety, or at least I will attempt to, and we will be having If you are watching this video right when it is released, I am live streaming this update in its entirety, or at least I will attempt to, and we will be having a series of videos corroborating all of the information. Having a series of videos.
Boing, boing.
And we will be having a series of videos corroborating all of the information that can be found within it in multiple creative ways. I've known about this developer commentary update for a few months now, and I have been thinking about exactly how to present this information, and I hope you like where I ended up going with the ideas. Now, without any further ado, if you want to see me play through this, I hope you like where I ended up going.
Hey, can any of my stalkers that know where I live bring me a Reese Blizzard, please?
Now, without any further ado, if you want to see me play through this developer commentary in real time with my real reactions, my Twitch page is linked down in the description below. If you're watching this video after that live stream has concluded, I will put a link to the VOD on my stream archive channel in place of that Twitch page link. In place of that Twitch page link. Anyways, thank you very much for watching. I'm Tyler McVicker. Check me out on Twitter for real-time news on all of the topics I like to cover. Check out some of my merch to support me and get a physical piece of inside jokey Valve things, or maybe check. Anyways, thank you very much for watching. I'm Tyler McVicker. Check me out on Twitter for check me out.
Oh, did that crash it? Check me out on Twitter for real-time news on all of the topics I like to cover. Check out some of my merch to support me and get a physical piece of inside jokey Valve things, or maybe check out my Patreon page. Where you can watch videos early and get your name in the credits that I promise I will be adding back to these videos soon. Anyways, have a good day. Adios. Da 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 da.
Nice. Just came in. Why are there tomatoes and high-pitched Tyler McVicker?
Why are there tomatoes and high-pitched Tyler McVicker? I don't know. Fuck you.
As you may recall, the Half-Life Alyx team was in the process of finishing the game when the COVID-19 lockdown went into effect. In fact,
much of the team had already made the decision to work from home prior to that point. Adapting to this new way of collaborating mean that while we were able to get the game out on time, we weren't able to complete some work, such as developer commentary and Steam Workshop integration. We later shipped Steam Workshop integration while in quarantine in May, and over the summer, we have had time to reflect on the development of Half-Life Alyx. We have collected 147 different points of interest from the team and recorded over 3 hours of audio commentary covering every aspect of development, including design, art, animation, rendering, sound, and more. You can access these points of interest by starting a new game with developer commentary.
are working from home, which means... Okay, now we're gonna try and render a video while I'm also live. My computer may die. It may not make it.
You were fucked up.
You were fucked up! Fuck you, fuckhead! Okay. Okay. Well, it's doing its thing. So, guess it works.
Nice.
I suck. Hi. CSGO tweeted a joke.
Nice.
20 months woo.
CSGO tweeted a joke. You might think it sounds impossible till you've seen a sandwich climb the wall. Run. And we'll see we are whatever we eat. And residing in the sand, staring up a ketchup patch. Been to Snap-Tooth Island and discover it's bug snacks. Oh, oh.
About bug snacks. All right, everybody. Green or orange? 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 Don't do Q stuff yet. Doop, 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 doop. Hey, so on the Time and Place album, is this Sarah Bonito's fucking, like, did she go to jail or something? Is that a mugshot?
Drop it like it's hot, 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 drop it like.
When I step onto the stage,
See the curtain raise, I'm a parent, I've got someone to play. And the kids are in the seats, looking straight at me for an answer. They just get what they see. If I sing over it, can they catch the copyright? Let the ashes locking the door to the matinee. I'll capture the cast. No, it doesn't last. I'm a parent. I've got to take it too far. Okay. And we'll play something definitely not copywritten. What did I name the file? Russian? No, absolutely not. Let's listen to Coldplay's song about deodorant. That song's fucking awesome.
Number 9.
We're uploading the video, gosh dang it. Hi, Beerus. Hi, buddy. What's up? Do you wanna go Twitch famous? Can I flip you over my head? That might be what. All right, buffering should be over. Okay. It's processing the upload. Once the upload goes live, then we're gonna start. Hey, the next person to give me $50, I'll say your name. Okay. Just setting up the stuff I need to set up. Hold on. Yoink. Yoink. Boink. 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 Okay. There's a new Half-Life Alyx update, by the way, says Dav Train. So, is it live? Are we... Ads are pending, that's fine. Alright, publish, go. And then we will share the video. Just refresh your damn page. All right, and then we'll give it, let's say 10, 15 minutes while we wait for people to come to the stream from the video. In the meantime, let's make sure we have the Half-Life Alyx update installed. Didn't alert me that there was an update. That's weird. Am I updated or? Restart. Restart Steam. How do I check if I'm updated? Because it's saying there's no update. Is it updated? How do I check? Yeah, right now we're waiting for, make sure the packs are modified as of today. Oh, these are. Okay. Yeah, good point. Yep. So they must be storing them in the last 2 packs here. Okay, yeah, we got it. Oh, nothing was going quite right here, and I'm tired. I can't play my part.
Come on, oh what a state I'm in. Come on, why won't it just say in the hell?
Will you be doing a waiting stream for Operation 10? That's what this is, my man. Check your maps folder. There are new maps. Really?
Just won't stop aching. And I'm sat here licking my wounds.
Are there? Oh, commentary.vpk. Yeah, okay. Okay. So welcome to the stream if you're here from the video. I'm Tyler McVicker. This is Valve News Network. Today, we are doing two things. We're waiting for the CSGO Operation 10 update. And we're also going to be playing the Half-Life Alyx thing. They just released dev commentary. And of course I do need to data mine the update, but we ain't gonna be doing that. Okay, so SteamVR is on. Make sure these things are on. We are gonna have to take a minute to make sure that you know, we're gonna have to take a minute to make sure that damn, waking up and going right to a stream fucks me up. We're gonna have to make sure that I can see the chat in stream. Check, check, check. Eat you, ding dong. Yeah. There it is. Welcome to Valve News Network. We're about to start playing the Half-Life Alyx developer commentary update. We're gonna wait a couple minutes for people watching the video to get here. And I'm turning up my fans. So that the computer is cool while I do it. Came from the vid, super excited. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, we just gotta give it a couple minutes so that the people from the video, you know. Oh, I just got here. Did I miss anything? Okay. Let's go! Let's go. Ah! There you go. Security alert! Okay.
Hello? 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 Can anyone hear me? You're just gonna have to give me... Give me a quick second here to set it up here. All right. Window list. Spawn new window. Window list. No. Window settings. Okay. Window settings. Window list. Spawn new window. Window settings. Switch window. Streamlabs OBS. All right. Track device. Like that. All right. Hide when not looking. Hide when past distance. All right. All right. Can y'all hear me? 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 Okay, yes, okay. Windows settings. Hold on. Don't control that just yet. Opacity, let's do 75%. Okay. Windows settings. Can I... Yeah, 5 frames a second's fine. Okay. There you go. Okay, and so now I can see the thing. Let me just make sure. Okie dokie. So now what we're going to do, going to go to our options, performance. We're going to put us on low fidelity. We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Spectator, HUD small. Spectator camera, smoothing high. Okay. Volume, subtitles on. Spectator window only. Font size small. Okay. All right. Oh, wait. Light sensitivity. On. Wait. On. Okay. Start new game. Developer commentary on. We're going to be playing on easy, continuous, start. Here we go, everybody. Developer commentary mode for Half-Life Alyx. If someone redeems Speed 1 Portal right now, I'm going to be very angry. It is 5 years before the collapse of the Citadel and the death of Eli Vance. Oh, goodness. Subject, Alyx Vance, age 19, female. All right, we've all been here. We saw me cry. First time. If you're a woman, hello!
My name is Gabe Newell, and welcome to Half-Life Alyx. To say this product was a challenge would be an understatement. It's our first Half-Life title in over 10 years, and it's our first one in virtual reality. In addition to it being a great VR experience that still felt like a Half-Life game, We wanted Half-Life Alyx to serve players who've been waiting to find out what happens after Episode 2, and at the same time, provide an on-ramp to anyone who hasn't played a Half-Life game at all. Ultimately, whether we succeeded in any of that is up to you to decide.
They did.
But hopefully, this commentary node will give you some insight into the set of problems we faced and how we chose to tackle them. To listen to a commentary node, pick up the floating hologram of a radio headset in front of you and simply put it on your head. Once you're done listening to the commentary, you can take the radio headset off or simply put on the next one. Please let me know what you think. I can be reached at gayben@valvesoftware.com. While I'm unable to reply to all the emails I receive, I do read them all, and they're a critical part of the feedback we use to evaluate our work.
He really does.
Thanks, and have fun.
All right, is this Robin Walker?
As in the case of any Half-Life game, the first hour of Alyx must convey a lot of information to the player, hopefully in a natural and entertaining way. Players need to know who they are, where they are, what kind of world they're in, who the other important characters and factions are, and so on. At the same time, they need to learn how to actually play the game. How do they move? What can they interact with, and how?
My voice is too loud.
What should they be trying to do, etc. Figuring out exactly what information we would try to convey in these first 2 levels, and how it would be conveyed, took us over 2 years of playtesting. It's tempting to try and include everything we think a player should know, but all information has a priority, and the more we include, the more chance there is that a player misses something important because they're distracted or confused by something less important. So over the next 2 levels, we'll use commentary nodes to point out some of the specific places where we grappled with conveying information to the player. In between these nodes, you'll likely be able to spot many other examples for players to find, if they're interested in paying closer attention and understanding more.
Greg Coomer. No, wait, Citadel Vista. So this would be the British guy that's like Sean Murray's dad. Fuck, what's his name? Oh, whatever.
One of the pieces of important information we
Tristan Reedford
is exactly when Half-Life Alyx is set within the series timeline. Whilst we tried to reflect it carefully in many of the world details, it was never 100% successful during playtests. Eventually, we decided it was too important to be left to the players to figure out, and so we put it in our opening text crawl. The Citadel's incomplete state did provide us with an early opportunity to reinforce the timeline visually. Half-Life Alyx takes place 5 years before the events of Half-Life 2, in which the towering Citadel represents the Combine seat of power. As we see here, however, early Combine infrastructure is a cluttered mess of cables and unusual structures sprawled all over the city, surrounding the Citadel's construction, and served as a useful indicator of the time frame. We went on to reinforce this impression in other places throughout the following level. Combine architecture tends to be abstract in scale and form, so we included some familiar visual cliches of human construction: the large external scaffolds, some distinction of floor levels, rows of small lights, and the tidying of the silhouette into more structured vertical elements, try and strike a balance between capturing the alien nature of the Citadel whilst grounding its construction in enough familiarity to better understand its size and state. Large, sweeping vistas such as this one proved an interesting challenge in virtual reality. Their distance from the viewer means they don't benefit from stereoscopic vision the way that small close-up objects do. Because of this, the small objects on the balcony often draw the attention of the players before they've even noticed the imposing structure in the distance. If we moved the Citadel too close, it felt absurdly huge and difficult to take in. Yet placed alone on the horizon, it felt two-dimensional and flat. We found the solution in filling the space between the viewer and the distant structure with many scale references. The city itself, huge supply cables leading towards the vanishing point, large repeated Combine buildings, heavy pollution fog, careful lighting, and all the animated elements, especially the helicopter whose sound begins in the fade-in. All these were carefully composed to help draw the attention of the player to the Citadel first, before letting their attention wander to take in the details of the city, and settle ultimately on the inviting items here on the balcony.
Are they going to mention why they recast Alyx Vance? And why there's a spoken character?
In these first areas of the game, we grappled a lot with the density and prioritization of the information we were conveying to the player. Playtesting showed us that players in VR were easily distracted, often due to better peripheral vision, such that they'd focus on one scene element while losing track of others. This was exacerbated in these first rooms because players were acclimatizing to being in VR, often for the first time. In addition, different players progress at different speeds. We saw some players spend 30 seconds on the opening balcony and others 30 minutes. As a result, we did a lot of iteration over the set of opening areas, each time changing what information we tried to convey and where. Initially, the video call from Eli took place in the later refuge room with the Snark and camcorder, but players were often too engrossed in interacting with all of the detail in that room to pay attention to the conversation between Eli and Russell. We moved the video call out to the starting balcony, but there it distracted from the establishing shot of City 17 and the Citadel. It also came at a time when players were still figuring out core game elements like movement and hand interaction with the world. That collision made simple things hard, like when to show the player a movement tooltip if they immediately started the video call. Eventually, we settled on inserting the greenhouse between the starting balcony and the refuge, which allowed us to move the call to an area with a slightly obscured vista and fewer interactable objects. This avoided the distraction problems and ensured players were past the initial gameplay moments of figuring out their hardware and movement setup. It also had the bonus of allowing us to add further detail to the opening balcony and Alyx's refuge without fear of creating distractions from the video call.
I'm trying to figure out establishing shots for these moments, like blocked off shots or whatever.
Nice.
Beyond conveying critical information about the state of the world, the first two levels of Half-Life Alyx also needed to demonstrate some of VR's strengths. Conveying a sense of scale is something VR does much better than flat screens, and our early playtests showed us that nothing quite sold that scale more than seeing a Strider up close. In addition to the visuals, to fully illustrate the scale of a Strider at close range, we needed to do a lot of work on its audio treatment. Players had strong expectations about feeling the weight, power and presence of the Strider through its movements, particularly as it stepped on the balcony the player was occupying. In order to convey this power through sound, we layered multiple sound effects, allowing us to address ranges in the audio frequency spectrum and the temporal nature of those elements separately. We then combined those elements in the Source 2 audio engine to control them as one sound.
That was neat. They played sounds. Played extra sounds.
This room, internally referred to as Alyx's Refuge, was initially the location where the Eli video call took place. However, once that video call was moved out to the balcony, this room was freed up to solve other problems. In the Half-Life series, we've always tried to ensure that there's generally enough narrative for all players to understand where they're going and why, but for players who slow down and pay attention, there's more detail that can lead to a greater understanding. With the balcony being a place to get familiar with the game's inputs, the greenhouse being where the story kicks off, and the Strider there to surprise players with spectacle, we decided that the refuge could be a quiet moment for players, where they could discover more narrative detail in the environment. At the same time, it could be a place where they can play around a bit more now that they're acclimated to being in VR. Spending time in the refuge is meant to bring players into Alyx's role in the Resistance and her place in the world. We wanted it to feel like a real stakeout spot, where Alyx had been cooped up for weeks or months while planning the heist, doing research on the Combine.
Oh god.
The camcorder, snark, and whiteboards are all toys that respond to detailed interaction and reward deeper investigation, giving curious players more information about the world of City 17 and what Alyx has been doing in it.
The heist. Yeah, so I wish I had access to a version of Half-Life Alyx before the big rewrite took place. Because the heist used to be this big thing that spanned across multiple sections. Originally, the game started in this room. There was a little thing on the wall right there. You would just push a button and Eli would talk to you. The camera was always here, but the little details in this room really weren't. Like, this window was always the same. This like, curtain thing was never there. And this area, this whole bit, was later added, you know. So, originally the heist was, you know, Laszlo, well, actually at this point it was, Yosef was helping. They were in the process of doing the heist. They have yet to steal the thing that they were going after. One Combine container shipment of you know, that. You know, you were told that things were about to kick off in here, and then you ride the elevator down and meet them in an abandoned firehouse. You'd meet Laszlo in an abandoned firehouse. Then you'd go to Eli's manor, Eli's house, and you'd be introduced to the Han. So this version was from like 2 years ago. I've never seen it. I've seen a version of the game from a few months before release, which was this version. And a genius way of taking care of this is this, you know, this elevator blinks and teleports you. You just teleported across the map because originally you weren't supposed to be in here. I wonder if they're going to talk about Olga originally being Han.
Two critical pieces of information that we needed players to understand were simple to state, but not so easy to convey. That players were playing as Alyx Vance, not the Gordon Freeman they've played in all prior Half-Life games, and that Alyx is going to speak, unlike Gordon. These probably seem obvious to you now, but until we focused on them, it wasn't obvious to playtesters. Ensuring that everyone realized they were playing as Alyx was something we decided to hit with the biggest hammer we could, and name the product after her. But even with that, we were very careful in Eli's video call to ensure it's reinforced immediately. Olga, the character introduced here, was added to further drive it home by calling out when the player exits the elevator. Olga is the first character the player meets in person, and her dialogue here, and again ahead in the alley, is aimed at driving home the fact that she's conversing with the player, and that the disembodied female voice the player hears is Alyx speaking back. This was harder to convey in Eli's video call, because it already features Russell speaking off-screen, whereas in this scene, there's clearly no one else around in the conversational space other than Olga and the player. Without Olga, we found that, even though they had already spoken to Eli and Russell over the video call, playtesters still didn't feel like they were Alyx.
That's Karen Prell, former Jim Henson collaborator, and Red Fraggle from Fraggle Rock. Mike Moraski?
When we started Half-Life Alyx, we were very curious to find out how VR would impact our music design. The Half-Life series has always used music sparingly, often leaving the ambient sounds of the world to provide the audio background. But it is a tool we like to use to highlight moments where the world state has changed in some important way. In this case, that something's riled up the Combine. In our early playtests of this scene, without music, but with many of the other visual and audio elements represented, we found some players didn't understand that they should move along, and that others became distracted by the interactive objects in the laundry. We experimented with some very simple quote-unquote action music to communicate the changing of the Combine threat level, as well as the story's intention for Alyx to get to safety, and found that players were less likely to forget their quest and move towards their goal. The music was kept simple and cinematic sounding, to allow it to blend with the purposely complementary background sounds and gently start to normalize the use of music in VR in a familiar way. This success encouraged us to use the same technique in scenes with similar requirements later in the game.
Music producer Mike Moraski, friend of the show.
The remainder of this level is designed to continue informing the player about the world they're in, and to support the increase in the Combine's alertness. We also wanted detail to make the city feel alive, something that becomes much harder later on, once the player has a weapon. This was tricky to design due to the challenge we're often faced with.
Thank you.
The friction between narrative state and gameplay state. Here, the narrative implies that Alyx should be making her way back to Eli as quickly and quietly as possible.
Yep.
But gameplay-wise, we're at the start of the game, and players are still testing the limits of everything they can see and touch. Unsurprisingly, playtesting showed us that some players would dedicate themselves to following the narrative and quickly move through the area, while others would completely ignore the narrative and explore every nook and cranny. While it's tempting to simply remove all distractions in an attempt to unify all players towards following the narrative, it would send the wrong signal about the density of our world and how the game intends to reward players for exploring it. So we spent months refining this section, adding, changing, and removing elements. We tried to find the right level of narrative tension, where players felt like they should be moving along, but not so quickly that they can't stop to tinker with something.
Hey!
We put in enough interactive objects and narrative moments where players were always rewarded for looking around, but we designed all those distractions to end quickly, so we could encourage players to continue moving along.
Hey, Alyx Vance behind you. I lead the rebels. I'm right here. I'm sure you can get a promotion. Oh, his loss.
Wait, don't shoot!
We didn't steal anything! What did you see? No one! I didn't see anyone! Get around and take him to the transport.
Dad! Hey, wait, no!
I did not miss one. It said 9 of 9.
In order to limit the possibility of motion sickness that could be induced by moving the player in a vehicle, we initially wrote this scene to have Alyx wake up after the van had already crashed. Players found this underwhelming, however, since the game seemed to be needlessly holding back an exciting moment that they could have experienced for themselves. Addressing this meant that we had to tackle the technical problem of moving the player comfortably in a vehicle. In this van, and in the train at the end of the map, you'll notice that the outside world is only visible through small windows. These outside views are necessary to provide motion parallax, but the small window size ensures that the player's field of view is always dominated by the vehicle interior, which is naturally in the player's own frame of reference. This greatly reduces the occurrence of motion sickness. Aside from the parallax of the outside world, we use animated lighting and careful sound design to produce the effect of riding in a vehicle.
Alyx, you there? You've got to get moving.
Russell, I've been in an accident.
I know! I caused it, so technically...
They added that in the final months of development.
Wait, where's Dad?
The version of the game I've seen doesn't have the van crash. By the way, the voice actor playing both this robot that's like you have been in an accident is the same voice actor as Larry at the distillery.
He was in a separate transport.
And anybody that's seen The Office, hey, Dougie B.
I had no way of knowing who was in which van, so...
If you've ever seen The Office, he's the guy that tries to convince Pam to stay in New York.
Criminal holding. And then, when they realize he's Eli Vance, to Nova Prospect. But I'm already working on a plan to get him back. You're close to my lab.
Where the last map was focused on conveying a lot of information about the world state to the player, this map is where we need to start the player's larger quest. That means the player must leave this map with an understanding of what's happened to Eli, and what they're going to do about it. The player also needs to meet Russell, so they have a face behind all the radio dialogue throughout the game. Finally, we need the player to collect the gravity gloves and the pistol and learn how to use them both. This is a daunting list. From experience, we know that if we cram all that into a single scene, players won't be able to remember more than a couple highlights. So this map's purpose is essentially narrative pacing. We need to draw apart the required events, separating them with enough time and space that players could ingest and remember them. At the same time, we're a little under the gun. Playtesting showed us that by now, some players have been playing for 30 minutes, and they're wondering when they're going to see some enemies.
Yeah, well, originally you had another hour and a half before you got a gun.
One of the first steps the writing team took on this map was to flesh out a scene between Russell and Alyx that covered all the dialogue we needed. Due to the fact the player is meeting Russell for the first time, and that there are a significant number of in-fiction events that Alyx and Russell need to talk about, the scene ended up containing a lot of dialogue. We knew there was no way we could build a scene that long without boring the player, and the most important elements would be lost in the noise. One of the first tools we used to address this was the introduction of Russell's drone. It allowed us to take chunks of the dialogue from that original scene and deliver them throughout the area preceding the scene. This meant the scene itself could skip over the in-fiction preliminaries and get right to the critical goal delivery.
Is this a bug?
In addition to delivering narrative at a consumable pace, this map needed to continue communicating the state of the world outside of the quarantine zone. We also wanted players to understand when Half-Life Alyx takes place in the larger Half-Life timeline, and to see for themselves the massive scale of the Citadel under construction. The power of the Combine is embodied in their indifference towards humanity.
Dario Casali!
They've conquered Earth with little effort and are now plundering it for their own ends. They put a modicum of effort into their propaganda, but it's ultimately uncaring. Later in Half-Life 2, we see Breen's attempts to talk to humanity with more seriousness, but it's unclear whether that directive comes from the Combine or if it's just Breen's attempts to be useful to them. Meanwhile, the Combine construction is brutally efficient. The Citadel's pervasive feeder cables make no attempt to fit into the lives of the residents as the Combine drains the city of its power. Within this playground, a nostalgic nod to Half-Life 2, this enormous cable has been run right through the mural on the wall, demonstrating the Combine's total lack of interest in the history behind the city.
So, a couple things. Dario Casali is the person that runs Manpower Mode and has spent the better part of the last couple of months working on Team Fortress 2, of all things. Also, the version of the story they're talking about is the version that started development when Eric Walpaugh returned to Valve in February of 2019. He brought along Jay Pinkerton and Sean Veneman, the person that was hired alongside the Firewatch developers. Camposanto decided to rewrite the entire fucking story. So when they're talking about, like, oh, the first thing we did was Russell's drone, that's in 2019, because as far as you guys are concerned, the version of the story that took place before Eric came back to Valve, completely different, especially in these beginning sections. Like, entirely different. There was so much more walking around the city in that version. And during the end of your playtest in Christmas of 2018, this was the version of the game people were playing. That's the version of the game that was too depressing. Too depressing, according to the final hours. So. This is the grandma's apartment room. I'm surprised they don't have a commentary note for this area.
Nope, it exploded. I'm fine, by the way.
Right, good, that's the main.
Russell's laboratory is the first time the player is in the same room as another character, and it highlights one of the main challenges we face when designing choreographed scenes in VR, keeping the player and characters out of each other's space. In previous Half-Life games, we could always forcefully move the player if we really needed them out of the way. We made several attempts at finding a similar solution in VR, but found that it often made players feel deeply uncomfortable or disoriented. So instead, we designed these spaces to allow for a natural separation between the player and our characters. Where natural separators couldn't exist, we had to restrict players from moving into the character's space, removing that limitation as soon as the character had moved out of the way. Another challenge was balancing how often characters respond to player actions while delivering important narrative information. In early experiments, we allowed characters to stop mid-sentence, which allowed them to respond immediately to the player, and then continue on with their dialogue. While technically straightforward, this was incredibly difficult to execute in animation and dialogue without feeling unnatural. The combination of custom reactions necessary to cover the range of possible player interaction and the resulting return to narrative dialogue quickly multiplied out of control. Eventually, we settled on a solution where we allowed only a minimum of interactions during the important narrative delivery sections, and a wider range of responses to more complex reactions after the scene has completed. In the case of Russell, we layer subtle head facing and natural eye contact on top of his performance while he is talking with Alyx. Then, after the scene, when he is typing at the computer, he will respond to players trying to touch him or objects being thrown around.
Oh, and get yourself a pair of Russells on the way out.
Russells?
The gloves, Alyx. You know, the gravity gloves. I have a few sets through there.
I don't think Jamal has talked yet.
Got it.
We can do this, Alyx. You got that, didn't you, that I said we could do it? Because we're gonna do it.
Yeah, we are.
I'm with you every step of the way.
Really useful something electronic lightweight levitating. I think I have it. I got it. Wait, do you have a marker? Russell, do you have a marker? I figured out your problem. Russell, do you have a marker? Russell, where's your markers? You could put some bitch. Oh, that's neat. So if I...
Right from our earliest experiments in VR, we learned that players expect a high level of audio fidelity, even from minute interactions, particularly when the sounds are meant to correspond to clearly observable visuals. For instance, in one of our prior games, it may have been acceptable to use a generic sequence of computer key sounds when Russell was typing. In VR, however, we know that a player can observe the animations very closely, and even put their head right next to Russell's keyboard if they choose. In this case, players would notice a lack of one-to-one correspondence between the key press animation and sound. For Half-Life Alyx, we authored a set of individual key press sounds to be driven by animation. For example, as Russell's fingers animate to press a key, one of these key press sounds is played, resulting in precise synchronization of the animation and sound.
Cool. My own developer commentary, that right there, that's what the old Russells looked like before they settled on this model.
Alright, you know how this goes.
One frustration players may encounter in VR is having to physically
Carrie
bend down
Davis!
or reach out for objects in the virtual world.
Door mod.
Especially if they have limited real-world space. A common solution for this is to provide a way to bring objects to the player, instead of forcing the player to go to them. We knew this would be an important feature in Half-Life Alyx, with its sprawling levels and players' desire to explore every corner of the world. We didn't want this mechanic to feel too gamey or magical, so we decided to integrate it into the fiction of the game by making it a feature of the gravity gloves, which are a natural precursor to the gravity gun of Half-Life 2.
No, it's a natural
this
successor.
Allowed us to present the mechanic as a real physical action that's enabled by a piece of in-fiction technology. To emphasize the physicality that is unique to the medium of VR, we used a physical gesture to activate the pull instead of a button press, and then required the player to actually catch the object instead of automatically attaching it to the hand. This made the mechanic feel more natural and rooted in the fiction of the game's universe, while allowing the player to feel powerful and accomplished.
Oh, they're actual objects.
When a player pulls an object with the gravity gloves, we use the game's physics engine to apply a launch force to that object with a trajectory that is partially influenced by the direction of the player's pull gesture. We set the object's launch velocity to result in a standard flight time from pull to catch, so the player can develop a rhythm that eventually becomes automatic. We want the object to arrive at the hand as reliably as possible, so after the initial launch, we continually apply small impulse forces along the trajectory, represented by the white arrows. Those impulses help counter gravity and compensate for collisions
Oh, shoot! No, I'm sorry.
with obstacles along the way, while continuously steering the object toward the hand, which is itself a moving target. A generous catch range and subtle haptic feedback when the object enters that range virtually guarantees that it will end up in the player's hand every time, even if their attention is focused elsewhere. One other benefit of implementing this with physics is that we didn't need to do custom handling for an object's size, mass, or inertia, and it automatically compensated for the non-standard gravity that players encounter inside the vault at the end of the game.
That's amazing. Hell yeah.
Oh, you took care of that lock then. Good. Great. Did have the key for it, but should have given you that. That's on me. All right, here we go. Next stop, Fairview Junction.
Thanks, Russell.
And good luck, Alyx. Goodbye. Obviously, just to let you know, I am still here, though.
I know.
You guys having fun?
Hello, Alyx? We might have a problem. Probably nothing to worry about, but... Did the train stop?
It stopped, didn't it?
Yeah, what happened?
It's jammed. When the Combine shut down the quarantine zone, they must have tightened security.
Which means?
Yeah, you're nowhere near Fairview Junction. You're just outside the QZ. And this is as far as we get by train.
Then I'm headed on foot.
Sexy cow leg. Thank you for the 3 months. I got a dead zombie here.
I thought the Combine sealed up the QZ.
Oh, this one must have squirted out. I've heard they've had
Even in
trouble
our
with
earliest
barnacles.
experiments in bringing Half-Life to VR, we found that players enjoyed exploring every nook and cranny of the environment. With the increased fidelity of VR, players not only expected to be able to interact with a vast array of objects, but they also had a strong desire to find something useful from time to time. This was so universal among testers that in addition to more searchable locations and interactive objects, we added a new resource, resin. Level designers could place this new resource in fun and interesting locations that weren't tied to game progression, rewarding players wider-ranging exploration. We also tied this new resource to a longer-term goal in the form of weapon upgrades, further motivating players to explore the environment. Deep scavenger hunts and keen observation would result in more resin to spend as a reward.
Internally, we refer to this type of puzzle as a toner puzzle, due to its similarity to a real-world cable toner tool that can be used to locate electrical wires in walls. The toner mechanic was conceived as a tool for designers to craft player experiences around knowing that the player had to put their head and hands in specific locations. The initial design merely required the player to use their multi-tool to push a ball of energy along a path, similar to a child's bead maze toy. While this simple design was successful at getting the player to put their head and hands in particular locations, the lack of branching meant that the player wasn't required to make any choices, nor was there any possibility of negative
It's
consequences.
literally the one to use to disarm
To address
trip
these
mines.
issues, we added the rotating junction elements, which allowed for branching paths and became the player's primary means of interacting with toner puzzles. While the toner puzzles ramp up in complexity throughout the game, this first toner puzzle is designed to use a minimal number of elements to introduce players to the key ideas that power flow.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep doing that. And it's gone. Okay.
From our earliest experiments in VR, we realized how critical high-quality, high-density lighting was to conveying a sense of realism.
In game development, any technology choice involves trade-offs between quality, runtime performance, and development time. For Half-Life Alyx, we chose a high-quality, high-performance light mapping solution which required a significant amount of offline preprocessing. We performed the light map preprocessing using a render farm, which could take several hours for a single map at the highest quality, and we put a lot of effort into mitigating the cost of that high iteration time for designers on the team. Specifically, we implemented a real-time approximation to the final lighting result, which allowed designers to light scenes in real time with confidence that the high-performance light maps would match their intent. Most lights in Half-Life Alyx are baked into a single term that describes distance fall-off and shadowing, allowing us to change the brightness and color of lights in real time at no cost. This encoding also allows us to apply shadows from dynamic props and characters without having to render any static geometry into shadow maps. Our light maps store directional information using the popular ambient highlight direction encoding, an improvement over Valve's own radiosity normal mapping technique pioneered in Half-Life 2. This new light map encoding ensures that the bumpy surfaces can appear bumpy even when not under direct light. This blinking light source provides a good illustration of this technique, as you can perceive the surface detail even during times the light source is off.
Well, I have light sensitivity turned on for any viewers that may have epilepsy problems, so...
From our earliest experiments...
Internally, we refer to this type of puzzle as a toner puzzle, due to its similarity to a real-world cable toner tool that can be used to locate electrical wires in walls. The toner mechanic was conceived as a tool for designers to craft player experiences around knowing that the player had to put their head and hands in specific locations. The initial design merely required the player to use their multi-tool to push a ball of energy along a path, similar to a child's bead maze toy. While this simple design was successful at getting the player to put their head and hands in particular locations, the lack of branching meant that the player wasn't required to make any choices, nor was there any possibility of negative consequences. To address these issues, we added the rotating junction elements, which allowed for branching paths and became the player's primary means of interacting with toner puzzles. While the toner puzzles ramp up in complexity throughout the game, this first toner puzzle is designed to use a minimal number of elements to introduce players to the key ideas that power flows through wires, power can be rerouted by rotating junctions, and power has an effect on the physical world, such as turning on lights and opening gates. The sparking electrical outlet that branches down toward the floor is not strictly necessary for this simple puzzle, but it was added here to expose players to its behavior, since it was causing confusion in later puzzles when players were seeing it for the first time in more complex configurations.
Cool. Sorry about that.
Barnacles, while an iconic Half-Life creature, presented some interesting VR-specific challenges. While their tongue is intended to trap hasty or unobservant players, those caught by them often didn't realize what was happening. They would become disoriented or even motion sick as the barnacle lifted them up to be eaten. These unfortunate players almost universally died, and failed to learn what was happening even after multiple encounters. To address this issue, we created the tongue as a particle system. This allowed us to both physically simulate it as well as reliably position it for maximum visibility. If a player does get grabbed by a barnacle, the tongue always wraps right in front of their face, no matter which direction they try to look. This makes the tongue almost impossible to miss and visually guides the player's eyes up to the location of the barnacle, so they know where to shoot to free themselves. These fixation visuals that kick in as the player is being lifted not only serve to communicate the damage the player is taking, but they also help to reduce motion sickness by narrowing the player's field of view. These changes, combined with sound effects and other visuals like seeing stars and blacking out, eliminate confusion for players and enabled us to bring this classic enemy into the world of Half-Life Alyx.
We got a lot of positive feedback from our initial experiments requiring players to perform a series of physical actions to reload the pistol. Specifically, ejecting the clip, retrieving a new clip from their backpack, inserting the clip into the gun, and chambering around. Players enjoyed learning and improving at this skill. We experimented with using a single button for both ejecting a clip and chambering around, but we found that assigning these operations to two different buttons was more interesting, even though it was more mentally taxing. In fact, it was more interesting precisely because it was more mentally taxing, as players would frequently mix up the buttons under pressure. In the early stages of the game, players would be fumbling for clips, ejecting the clips when they meant to be chambering around, and generally making a mess. To those of us observing the playtest, this looked like things had gone horribly wrong, but players themselves consistently cited this as a high point of their playthroughs. Because of the physical nature of the reload, and the skill required, players blamed themselves and not the game for the mistakes made as they were learning the reloading sequence. In this area, we provide a number of static targets in the form of barnacles for players to shoot at their own pace, increasing the likelihood that they have at least a few reloads under their belt before moving on.
Could you imagine if the playtesters didn't tell Valve that? And the way that you go about reloading was button, button, button. That would fucking suck. I don't think I'm missing any resin.
Oh. Ugh.
I can't tell you how many times I've played these first few levels. Do they talk about pinning ragdolls to the floor and giving a legitimate reason why they did that? Also, why is this still a bug? Why is it that this is still a bug? Also, why can I do that? You see what I just did there? If there is a gravity glove object in a bucket, you can pull it right out of the bucket like that. Why? It reacts to the bucket fine when it's in the bucket, but then if I'm back here, see? Do you believe me that I've played this game a lot?
In prior Half-Life games, while playing as Gordon, the player saw Alyx use a multi-tool to hack into Combine security systems in order to unlock doors or perform other acts of sabotage. This presented an opportunity for us to represent Alyx's hacking skills through VR-centric minigames. All of our hacking minigame designs were built to leverage the independently tracked head and hands common to today's VR systems. We wanted to encourage players to use both hands simultaneously and move their head to create parallax to understand the spatial relationships within the puzzles. This locker hacking puzzle is based upon one of our earliest prototypes, in which the player was tasked with using a tool in one hand to paint a path on a sphere held by the other hand. There was just something fun and unique about using all of the natural degrees of freedom of both hands to solve a puzzle in VR. In its simplest form, this puzzle solution is straightforward, but the difficulty gradually increases throughout the course of the game by introducing static or moving obstacles of various shapes and sizes on the sphere.
Russell, are you seeing this?
Whoa.
All right. Here we go.
You can't do a gnome run during developer commentary because the gnome run, like developer commentary requires the in-engine to have SV cheats on, which disables achievements. We'll do the gnome run another time.
In our early prototypes, players could heal themselves by grabbing a Half-Life 2 health pack and pressing down on a controller button, which obviously wasn't a very interesting VR interaction. During the development of Half-Life Alyx, the Counter-Strike team added health injectors into CSGO as part of the new Danger Zone game mode they were developing. When we saw this, we felt that an injector would work well as an intuitive healing item in VR as well.
Really?
Players would press a button to arm the injector as a way of indicating their intent to use it. This prevented unintentional use of the injector and gave us an opportunity to showcase how physical the interaction was going to be via haptics, animation, and sound. Some testers even initially responded with dread over the fact they were going to have to use a needle on themselves and
my
look
brother
away when performing the
yeah, my brother.
We also had to create approximations of the player's arms and body, as playtesters all had their own preferences for where they wanted to apply the injection. We even added the ability to inject into the head, since so many players tried to do it just to see if it would work.
That's hilarious. So the Danger Zone health pin was what inspired the Half-Life Alyx health pin. I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Oh boy.
We had to ensure that players would become proficient at reloading their pistol during the early levels of the game, or later encounters in the game would be overly difficult. The prior map contained only static targets in the form of barnacles. Players could engage the barnacles at their own pace, but there were enough of them that players would need to reload at least a few times. This first live zombie is locked behind the chain link fence and cannot reach the player until the player opts into the encounter by shooting the lock on the door. The placement of zombies in the upcoming section of the game is designed to require plenty of reloading to ensure that the player builds up this skill.
That's genius. You really learn that they know what the fuck they're doing over there when they are making games. And it makes you sad to think about just how many games had genius ideas like that that we'll never know about. Yeah, but the health shot in Counter-Strike is literally just the health shot from Left 4 Dead copied over. So it's just like this cycle of health shots. That's hilarious. I'm gonna make a video about what I specifically learned, and that's one of them.
Virtual reality provides the opportunity to add physicality to gameplay, but this needs to be balanced against player fatigue and accessibility. For example, we experimented with a low ceiling in this area, requiring players to crouch the whole time that they made their way across the tops of these train cars. Playtesters did not enjoy having to crouch for so long, so we raised the ceiling.
Good call. Okay, I've learned 2 things so far.
Oh boy.
Yeah, be careful.
Breakable glass panels in Half-Life Alyx are yet one more system designed to convince players that they are present in a living, breathing world. Panels detect the position of an incoming impact and procedurally generate new, smaller glass panels in a radial pattern around the impact position. These new panels can then break into smaller panels themselves, and so on. We found that players would often break glass panels accidentally, then spend time testing just how interactive they really were by trying to break them more, eventually realizing that yes, the glass really did shatter at the appropriate location. At one point, we experimented with building special puzzles out of breakable glass.
Ooh.
But in the end, we found the glass to be more appropriate as a passive interactive element.
I didn't know that.
One that reacts in a satisfying way to a variety of impacts, from zombie melee attacks to incoming
I've learned
gunfire,
3
or any
things
other
so
physical
far.
interaction in the game.
Three things. I didn't know there were breakable glass puzzles. That sounds fucking awesome.
Weapon upgrades are a new feature for the Half-Life franchise, and fictionally
Chris
this mechanic
Remo
paired well with Alyx's tinkering nature. We approached this design challenge first by thinking about what sort of upgrades could be meaningful and also provide additional value to players without removing established interactions. With limited resin to spend, the upgrade system also provided an avenue for players to personalize and invest in their favorite weapon, or streamline an interaction on another weapon, increasing its value to them. For example, the reflex sight still requires players to physically aim, but it improves the feedback on exactly where their shot will hit, and exposes previously hidden enemy weak points. While some players enjoyed this feedback and new targeting opportunities, Others didn't, and would instead focus on upgrades that suited their style of play. This allowed players to spend their limited resin on upgrades they cared about the most. Another aspect of weapon upgrades that we focused on was not necessarily obvious when we first started to design and test combat in VR. Due to the more physical nature of combat in VR, it can really push on the mental and physical capacity of certain players, as they're required to utilize both their hands and move their head to take in the environment dealing with enemies. While this is a very natural experience, there's also a lot going on at any given point with reloading and combat. As we observed players in some of these more intense combat situations,
I know I skipped one. I'm looking for resin.
To allow some upgrades to reduce the number of times a physical interaction was required, or reduce the complexity of a particular interaction. The autoloader on the shotgun is a good example. When added to the shotgun, the normally slow, methodical action of feeding shells into the gun is replaced with a far simpler, faster interaction of slapping the shells into the autoloader before they get automatically fed into the gun. This allows players to look around, focus less on the gun while reloading, and take in more of what's going on around them.
Chris, I love you. I mean, I knew all that, but you sound so fucking smart when you say it. Alright.
At the beginning of the Half-Life Alyx project, we had the expectation that players would want to take a break after 30 to 45 minutes, since that's what we were seeing with the lab and other small-scale VR experiences available.
Lab sucks!
Because of this, we designed the pacing of the game's levels around play sessions of that duration. Over the course of development, however, the game itself included more downtime between intense combat encounters, and the comfort of the new crop of HMDs improved significantly. In fact, as the game progressed, we found that players were happy to play for hours on end.
I am.
At the end of a playtest, players would often remark that this was the longest they had ever played VR in a single session.
It's true!
Oh, that really worked, didn't it?
I know I'm forgetting things that I want to mention, and I apologize for that, but, you know, I'm doing all this live. I'll make a video, hopefully tonight, if Operation 10 doesn't come out today, which it very well could.
Thanks. You know, for all your talk about what a lesser gun this is, this thing isn't that bad.
You see it like flies back to its location. That's hilarious. If Op 10 comes out today, obviously we're gonna have to take a break from this and do that. If it doesn't, then we're just gonna be doing this today.
Until this point in the game, players have only seen headcrabs attached to the heads
Jay
of zombies.
Benson.
This led playtesters familiar with headcrabs from prior games to anticipate encountering them on their own. We decided to play up this anticipation by foreshadowing the first headcrab encounter with a headcrab that drops out of a vent before disappearing, as well as headcrab sounds in the environment, including a threatening headcrab sound coming from the partially boarded up doorway ahead.
Found it. Probably only one of those.
Bye-bye. Is that all of them? Yeah.
Okay, two of them.
I always wonder if I'm missing resin up in these rafters. I really should load up the maps and just make a guide of every resin. Would you guys even be interested in that? Every piece of resin in Half-Life Alyx? Because we have the map sources. It seems like such a waste of time. I am going to turn this developer commentary into a fucking movie, so maybe you guys will like it. Hey, can someone tell me the view count of the video I just put up? Come on.
Heard anything about Dad, Russell?
No. Radio silence since he got on the train.
Damn it.
30.
Well, the good news is he's probably fine.
How do you know that?
Because they're taking him to Nova Prospect to torture him.
That's the torture place.
So they're hardly going to torture him before they get there. So he's fine. Logically speaking.
Russell, you're so good at you know, consoling a grieving individual. Unless Alyx has been through so much at this point. I mean, she survived fucking Black Mesa. Oh, by the way, I dreamed last night that I made a video called The Evolution of Alyx Vance and talked about every characterization that was originally intended for the character through Half-Life 2's development, and then where they took her through the Half-Life franchise. And then I thought about possibly doing videos like that for every major Half-Life and Portal character, and then maybe even Team Fortress 2. Would any of you watch that? Yeah? Yeah, I dreamed that I made that video. Like, I made it, and I was upset when I woke up and I have to make that video again. Trick shot. Nope. Trick shot. Got it. Took 3 tries. The valve number.
That there is a floppy disk. We used to store information on them, with magnets, if you can believe it.
Huh.
Specifically, 2 micrometers magnetic iron oxide, 3 micrometers barium ferrite, 1.2...
Russell? How do you know all this?
I'm reading it here on my computer. I downloaded the internet before the war.
You downloaded the entire internet?
Think of all the illegal pornography. Thanks for the subscription. I mean, he's talking about, like, you know, late 90s, early 2000s internet, but still. Think of, he has every 4chan V post in history. He's got every 4chan GIF post ever just saved on his computer. All the gore threads, all the diaper threads. He stores them all on floppy disks.
Russell, are you seeing this?
Possibly. Are you seeing floating garbage?
It looks like it's just cardboard.
Right. Well, seems harmless.
Yeah.
All
Weird,
the Legend of Korra fan art threads. All the diaper gore. You have nothing to say, Valve, about the floating garbage?
What is that?
Oh, wow, okay. We got 2 things to say. This one's 2. That one is 1. Half-Life mural.
There are 2 layers to the markings on the walls in this area.
Ooh, Claire!
Dot patterns that are the functional elements of the environmental puzzle, and the mural representing the Vortigaunt's interpretation of the events of the Half-Life saga. For the first few years of development, this area only contained the dot patterns supporting the perspective puzzle. But as we fleshed out the rest of the level, we found that playtesters responded especially positively to the Vortigaunt's wall markings leading up to the hideout. It was at this point that we realized that this area could serve as a canvas for our Vortigaunt's artistic magnum opus. To do this, we organized the dot patterns into a sort of swirling star field behind the Vortigaunt's art. The imagery itself, which was inspired by petroglyphs and other traditional rock art, portrays many significant events from the Combine invasion, painted hurriedly by the injured Vortigaunt, almost as if he was trying to capture what fleeting memories he still had of the vortessence from which he had been severed. The fact that Vortigaunts have a complicated relationship with time gave us a lot of leeway in terms of drawing this as a strict linear timeline.
Thank you.
For example, you may notice that the Vortigaunt uses contemporary Combine troops as shorthand for Combine invasions from the past, or that the timeline is just generally hazy. A little from the past, a little from the present, and a little looking forward to the future events of Half-Life 2.
Yeah, I've seen the version where it was just a bunch of dots.
There are many musical themes and motifs used throughout the game to represent unspoken aspects of the story and lore. For example, the Vortigaunts play an integral role in the subplot of the game, and we chose to use music to subconsciously communicate the repeating nature of their role both in the timeline of Half-Life Alyx and in the larger timeline of the Half-Life saga. Within the music in this scene, you'll hear variations of themes used throughout the timeline of the game, from the very first sounds of the game up to the finale in the vault. Variations of these motifs represent the imprisoned chanting of the Vortigaunts.
Oh, this is cool.
The extraction of their energy to confine the G-Man.
Wait.
As well as historically familiar sounds representing the vortescence itself.
Holy shit. That's fucking awesome. I didn't even notice that. Raise your hand if you didn't realize that they were extracting energy of the Vortigaunts because it was the only energy the Combine understood could hold the G-Man in place. Raise your hand if you were unaware of that. Raise your hand if you thought maybe it was just their power they were using, not the specific power. I literally thought Vortigaunts are like an enormously efficient power source for the Combine to draw on. I had no idea it was the vortescence itself that was the weakness of the G-Man. Fucking what? It makes total sense now because remember, like, well, we'll just see about that. You know, makes total sense. Tyler McVicker, Tyler Dumb. No, I believe the G-Man really was being held. And he was improvising to try and, like, show
Alyx,
possibly
right?
his,
What's wrong?
you know, maybe to hide his weakness.
What's up?
I'm losing your signal. Alyx, if you can still hear me, keep heading in the same direction and try to get above ground.
Russell?
I really do believe the G-Man was imprisoned. I've been waiting a long time to make my lore synopsis and theory video because I don't want to ruin it.
During our earliest attempts to raid Alyx, our instinct was to have her react to absolutely everything. But what we learned from playtesting was that Alyx reacting too much could actually be off-putting. Say a player is in a really tense, zombie-filled level, and they're having a great time, but suddenly Alyx is in their head, sounding angry, or frightened, or anxious. These Alyx reactions were creating a disconnect between how the player was feeling and how the character they were role-playing as was feeling.
Jay Pinkerton.
So we took a lot of those out. The Alyx reactions we left in tended to be the ones that were practically universal. Alyx's reaction here to the surreal entrance to the Vort hideout is a good example, where it was just so different from everything the player had seen up until then and kind of takes you by surprise. We watched so many playtests where the player would see it and say, "Whoa, that's weird." So we had Alyx say the same thing a second later, almost like an echo.
So, unfortunately, So that was Jay Pinkerton talking, and Jay Pinkerton only started writing when Eric Wolpaw came back to Valve, right? So the version of the game that he's specifically talking about is the version of the game that started development in early 2019. So it would stand to reason that all of these cut reactions would still be in the game's files because they were a very recent addition to the game's overall development cycle. Unfortunately, that's not the case, because the new actor for Alyx Vance only recorded her dialogue in the final weeks of development. Whereas even during, the version of the game through most of development that we have today, Merle Dandridge was the one recording those dialogues. And she was fired for dog shit reasons. So, yeah.
Oh.
The Alyx fans. You received my messages.
I did?
Come. Enter.
Okay.
This has got to be Eric Wolpaw, right?
For as long as we've been making choreographed scenes like this one, we found that there are two types of players. Those who become engrossed with the characters, and those who tinker with everything around them, paying little attention to the scene's action. To make these environments entertaining for the tinkerers, we usually add objects for them to find and play with. Since this scene is split into 2 rooms, we were able to add a large number of interactions to this first room for players to discover after the Vortigaunt has moved to the second room. Some interactive objects are pure physically driven toys, like the dangling headcrab corpses and the hanging pans. Others are animations triggered by the player's actions, like the way the caged headcrabs react to the player approaching or shooting them. One type of object on the table is a squeezable headcrab heart, which is a remnant from an older version of this scene where the player would revive a wounded Vortigaunt by squeezing nectar from these hearts.
Yep.
While that scene didn't work out, we found the experience too compelling and, well, too gross to completely cut from the game.
Who realized that this is the scared head crab and does not want to be bugged?
Come in.
Give me my hand.
The fundamental challenge of any choreographed dramatic scene like this one is making sure that we entertain the player without undermining the delivery of critical gameplay information. In this case, the player needed to leave this scene with the knowledge that the Vortigaunts have been imprisoned and that the player should seek the Northern Star. This particular scene went through many different variations during development, from a cooking scene with an extremely traumatized Vortigaunt to this humorous version. We even experimented with an interaction where the player was required to squeeze the nectar of several headcrab hearts into the Vortigaunt's mouth to revive
Literally
him.
right there.
While this was a memorable and novel VR interaction that ensured the player was engaged with the scene, the interactivity on the player's part often resulted in playtesters remembering the actions they took, but not the critical gameplay information. Eventually, we ended up with this more humorous scene, which struck an effective balance between entertainment and goal delivery. Importantly, we also distributed the scene across 2 separate rooms, breaking the information delivery into 2 steps. The first room where the player meets and learns about the state of the Vortigaunt, and the second room where the player is given their new goal. Separating these physically into rooms seemed to help players more reliably retain the critical information delivered in the second room. While this scene did undergo a lot of changes, one story beat remained virtually unchanged from the very first roughed-in version. The moment the Vortigaunt tosses a headcrab carcass down to the player and yells, "Sustenance!" Right from the start, this moment always got a great reaction from playtesters and remained all the way to the final product.
Little tidbit. Originally, it was much larger than even these 2 rooms. There's evidence to suggest there was a whole Vort hideout that you were supposed to go. And the version of the game that existed before Eric Wolpaw came in was very, very, very focused on the Vorts. The evolution of the Vorts is a video I'd like to make soon.
I will help the Alyx lands. Look to the northern star.
Why?
For guidance.
Okay, thanks. Are you done helping?
I am not. Here. Sustenance.
I'll eat it later. Thanks for the help.
You will be welcome.
I love that guy.
Alyx, the signal's back. Can you hear me? Are you okay?
Russell, I'm good. How's Dad?
They've got him on the train. He's on the move. You've got to find Fairview Junction before they get there.
I'm working on it.
So anything happen when you cut out?
We spend time on every game design element thinking about how the player
Eric
is
Smith,
expected to learn
TF2 man,
and understand its details. Some design elements are so important that the game experience will break if the player doesn't understand them, while others may just be fun diversions or rewards for exploring the game's systems. Any required element will require work on our part to teach the player. In Half-Life, we try to teach elements in ways that feel as natural as possible, entwined within the core flow of the game so that you don't feel like the game just stopped to teach you something. We don't always succeed, but the attempts usually lead us somewhere interesting. In this case, we need to teach the players about the armored headcrab. The key elements that we want them to understand are that the headcrab is invulnerable on the top, but has a weak spot on its belly. We would also like the player to learn that the headcrab exposes its weak spot right before it jumps, but this isn't required. The player can fall back to shooting the weak spot as the headcrab scrambles around after a leap.
Teaching design elements of enemies.
Charlie Brown!
Players have shown us for years that it's really hard to learn something new while under attack.
Yep.
We've also seen that invulnerability, in particular, is a difficult enemy feature to teach. If players are blasting away at an enemy, they are often not paying close attention to the impact feedback. If the enemy is vulnerable in some areas and not others, players may kill the enemy with a spray of gunfire, not realizing that some of their shots did nothing, while others hit critical weak spots. So when we approached the armored headcrab training, we knew we'd need to do significant work. The first step was to avoid placing the player under duress by containing the enemies inside this wire fence. Next, we placed headcrabs at eye level facing the player, exposing their bright, pulsing weak spot. If the player shoots one immediately, they are rewarded with a unique death effect where the headcrab explodes into chunks. This effect is designed to show the player that they did something special to kill this headcrab, as opposed to how they've been killing headcrabs up until now.
For 20 years.
There are a couple of other pieces in the setup here that are important. A second headcrab is placed right behind the lock the player must shoot to enter the cage, encouraging the player to notice the weak spot and try shooting it. 2 more headcrabs are loose in the cage, scripted to repeatedly attack invisible points on the wire fence.
Yep.
This ensures they are constantly demonstrating the way they expose their weak points before they leap. And this allows players to practice hitting the weak spot from behind the safety of the fence.
Yep. Awesome.
With any section of natural
Matt Charlesworth
training, we've observed that there's rarely any one thing that succeeds in teaching all players.
Stanley
Nor
came
do
to a set
100%
of 2
players
open
leave with
doors.
the perfect understanding we'd like. If player understanding is absolutely critical, we have to build a more bulletproof gate that ensures the player demonstrates understanding before moving onwards. In fact, we do just that when the player acquires the shotgun in the next area. In the case of the armoured headcrab, however, playtesting showed that we could afford to let a few players through with less than perfect understanding. This section gave them enough of a chance to experiment that they got a sense of what was going on, and further encounters with armoured headcrabs solidified it. There was still a lot of iteration on the visual design of the headcrab to further drive home its armour and weak point, and we also added a custom response to shotgun fire. In that case, the armoured headcrab flips over and wriggles for a second, exposing its weak point. This was added to reduce the resource loss we saw happening in players who were still struggling to understand the armoured headcrab mechanics after they acquired the shotgun.
Okay. Coolio. I'm learning a lot.
One challenge we always face when giving a new weapon or tool to the player is ensuring that they collect it before moving on. In these cases, we try to establish some kind of gate that the player can only get past using the new item. This can be especially tricky in cases where we are giving the player a new tool that doesn't fundamentally change their capabilities, as in the case of the shotgun, where almost everything that can be done with the shotgun can also be done with the pistol. In contrast, the pistol gate, where the player had to acquire the pistol before being able to shoot the lock off of the fence back at Russell's lab, was simple to design and execute. For this shotgun gate, we not only needed to ensure that the player collected the shotgun, but also that they learned how to load it before proceeding. We playtested a number of approaches to teaching the reload mechanics during combat, and repeatedly found that it didn't work. When faced with learning a new, complex task under duress, players would retreat back to using their pistol, which was a known quantity to them.
Once the player has collected the shotgun, they are only halfway through the shotgun gate. Next, they need to learn how to reload it. To drive home the necessity for the player to learn how to use this new weapon, we added an incoming threat, using a variety of audio and visual effects to sell it. While our goal is to make the player feel like they have a limited amount of time, the time pressure is entirely fake, and everything proceeds based on the player's progress in loading the shotgun for the first time. Once the shotgun has been loaded, a short timer starts, after which zombies burst through the walls. If the player happens to look at the walls before that timer is up, we abort the timer and introduce the zombies. The combination of a timer and a look trigger is a common trick used in places where we'd like the player to see a neat visual moment, but we can't wait forever or the game simply won't progress. The breaking of the walls by the zombies is the final step in opening the shotgun gate. Having new enemies open the way forward when they enter the player's space is a fairly tried and true method, but it's never one we're particularly happy with. It's always a bit too convenient and lacks agency on the player's part. But in a setup like this, which contains a novel puzzle, a new weapon, and its associated mechanics, plus an ambush, we're already dealing with a lot of design complexity packed into a small space, and further additions would complicate the scenario even further.
The shotgun puzzle was a very, very, very late addition. I've seen a version of the game where the room is completely different. Like, completely different. This room is a very, very late addition.
The visual design of the shotgun included a number of challenges. Shotguns in games are generally powerful, and we communicate that power with bulk. As a result, they're big and held in two hands. But our experiments with two-handed VR weaponry didn't reach a level we were satisfied with. When holding a two-handed object in real life, the object itself provides a physical connection between the two hands, and that constraint allows players to stop thinking about it consciously, in addition to providing physical feedback. In VR, without that connection or feedback, we found that players had to keep maintaining their own internal sense of how they were holding their two-handed weapon, or they dripped their hands into positions that were hard for us to reconcile. As a result, our two-handed weapons required players to play along more than we liked. Since one of our core goals with Half-Life Alyx was to allow players to fully immerse themselves by ceasing to think about what they were doing in real life, we decided to focus on single-handed weapons, including the shotgun.
Two-handed shotgun still exists in the game. They gave it to the Combine. The model used by the Shotgunner Combine is a fully upgraded two-handed shotgun.
Our initial instinct with the shotgun design was to use a regular real-world shotgun, but modified, with a sawn-off stock and barrel so it would seem less cumbersome when held with one hand. This approach always resulted in the handle being at the rear of the weapon, and we ran into the problem where the weapon always felt front-heavy. Obviously, the VR controller in your hand wouldn't reflect that, leading to a disconnect between what you were feeling and what you were seeing. Placing the handle more centrally and underneath the weapon helped avoid this disconnect. This implied centre of mass wasn't really maintained well as the weapon accrued upgrades throughout the game, but the first impression was the most critical. Since we were going with an odd form, we were keen to use common shotgun visual elements wherever we could to help with player recognition and to ground the design in some reality. One element we borrowed was a common shotgun tube magazine that stores shells horizontally in line with the barrel, and we were just able to fit the gameplay requirement of 6 shells without the overall length becoming unwieldy. You can see the effort we had to go for further shell capacity in the design of our autoloader upgrade. Our first reloading mechanic was based on the realistic insertion of 1 shell at a time. Playtesters found this to be overly tedious, although we did receive some positive comments that it made them feel like an action movie star. The simple addition of allowing the players to insert 2 shells at a time solved this issue, allowing us to keep the good part of the design whilst losing the bad. We were keen to reinforce the whole action movie star thing, and experimented with some big gesture the player could do to finalise reloading. The inclusion of a pop-up mechanism allowed us to add an additional step to the reload that further separated it from our other weapons, yet had a satisfying flick of the wrist to complete the action.
In the game right now, in the retail build of the game, there exists an older version of the shotgun model that lacks that. You would just put they would just go in here, like that's all it would be. This was added very late. Motherfucker, that is. You guys having fun? Bomb to the bomb to the bomb to the base to the biggity bop bong. Oh! Should a highlight of this stream be made even if I'm gonna make a video about the topic? No? Okay.
3 shots left.
As with the shotgun and the pistol, we needed a gate for the flashlight to ensure the player couldn't proceed without it. We tried a number of designs around the moment where the player collected the flashlight, but they all ended up being about the player picking up an object, and not specific to that object being a flashlight. Given that the flashlight's primary function is to provide light, we felt the gate needed to be an area of darkness. We also really wanted the player to be excited to get the flashlight, and that meant they had to experience darkness before collecting the flashlight. This turned out to be an interesting challenge, because we already had many poorly lit areas prior to this, and now we needed an area that was so dark that players would correctly interpret it as a gate. Our initial implementation was simply to ensure there were no lights within the hallway. Unfortunately, playtesting immediately showed that wasn't enough. Some VR headsets have extremely low black levels, and on those headsets, enough light bounced in from this lit area to enable players to move forward. In addition, our low ground fog provided just enough contrast in the dark hallway for players to make out the scene and stumble through it. Even once we removed fog and bounce light in this area, we saw yet other ways that players tried to move forward. Some players would fire their pistol repeatedly, using the muzzle flash as a strobing light source. Others would use the teleport targeting UI to probe the room, because at that point in the project, it had a small light source attached to it. In the end, we disabled muzzle flashes inside the hallway, and the teleport UI lost its light. The final step was the addition of some dialogue from Alyx, commenting on the darkness and her need for a light source. This was aimed at solving a perceptual problem. Up until now, our game has taught players that their goal is to continue moving forward. And any time that forward progress is blocked, it's because there's something in the local area that needs solving. Given that structure, it's entirely rational for players to do everything they can to find some way to see in the darkness ahead. Alyx's dialogue is aimed at telling the player that the game has recognized their attempts to move forward here, but the solution lies elsewhere. Subsequent playtesting showed us that this dialogue, coupled with the brightly lit area containing zombies off to the right, helped tug players past the darkness entrance and on towards the flashlight.
There's an invisible wall. That's what he's saying. They tried to not have an invisible wall. Didn't work. There's an invisible wall. By the way, this section right here originally had the fast head crabs, a cut enemy variety that still exists in the game entirely, and in the maps themselves exist a viz group for these things, but disabled.
Like hacking and environmental puzzles, toner puzzles like this one are often used to relieve tension from combat and engage the player's mind in a refreshing way. This puzzle introduces a new junction type, which has 2 inputs and 2 outputs, as well as branching circuits. Functionally, it's just a simple airlock. Only one of the main combine gates can be powered on at a time, with an additional wrinkle that the smaller side gate on the return path must be powered down separately. In addition to providing a break between hectic combat encounters, this puzzle is a gameplay mechanic refresher, since it's been some time since the player has seen a toner puzzle, and the next ones start to ramp up in complexity.
I'm good. Oh, thank God.
In prior Half-Life games, the flashlight was attached to the player's body, which meant that it always illuminated the world from the same angle, relative to the player's point of view. With tracked hands in VR, we had the opportunity to let players manipulate the flashlight directly, and playtesters reacted very positively to this new freedom. In fact, our earliest implementation of a flashlight in Half-Life Alyx was an object that could be picked up in either hand or even set back down. This allowed the player to put the flashlight down somewhere, providing illumination for themselves while they accomplished another task.
Which I love.
Unfortunately, this presented the possibility that a player could leave the flashlight behind, which would have been a game-breaking scenario. Implementing the flashlight as an object that players had to hold also prevented them from holding something else in that hand, which was tedious to manage and simply too punishing of a trade-off. In particular, it meant that weapon reloading was a nightmare, because the player no longer had a free offhand to perform the reload actions.
Yeah.
In the end, we settled on a flashlight that attaches to the offhand and turns on and off automatically. This fixes the issues with reloading in the dark, potentially losing the flashlight, and has the nice side effect of not requiring the allocation of a button to toggle the light, which is especially helpful on controllers with fewer buttons. Since the automatic on-off behavior is controlled using level logic, designers could make performance and quality trade-offs in different areas of the game. After all, if a player could turn the flashlight on at any time, the rendering overhead of this shadow-casting light source would have to be accounted for throughout the entire game. On the other hand, if the flashlight is known to be off in a given area, a designer can make use of the resulting rendering headroom by increasing the fidelity of the environment in other ways.
Still wish I had a flashlight button.
Shortly after adding the flashlight to the game, we discovered that playtesters would frequently brace their gun hand with their flashlight hand. This meant that the players had to orient their flashlight hand awkwardly to align the light with their aim. We decided to make this an automatic behavior of the offhand whenever it was brought close to the grip of the gun. If you do this, you'll see that the offhand grips the gun in a natural pose, and the flashlight aligns with the aim. In fact, if you look closely at the end of the flashlight, you'll notice that it has a ball joint. This allows the flashlight to articulate based on whether the offhand is gripping the gun or not. The ball joint has 4 different orientations, one for each gun, and a neutral orientation for when the player is not supporting the gun to aim. These 4 orientations ensure that the flashlight is always pointed in an ideal direction for the player. In one-handed mode, the flashlight attaches to the gun hand at an orientation that is ideal for all scenarios.
Okay. Yeah, somebody has been able to mod in a flashlight button, don't worry. I had to pay that person to do it, but they did it.
All right, Russ. Really need you to talk again.
Absolutely. Be specific.
Before. What was life like before the Combine?
Ah, excellent. Alyx, have you ever heard of a club sandwich?
Nope. Not once.
Right. To make a club sandwich, you need to start with bread. Not from a bread line, from a bakery across the street. Baked that day, okay? You add tomatoes, lettuce, not vegetable paste, fresh. Then you add bacon. That's from an animal we used to call the pig. You toast the bread, and you put all that aside.
You guys had all that? That's insane.
It is, and I'm not done. Then you add a second sandwich on top of the first one. You put ham in it, also from a pig, and turkey from an animal we used to call
the turkey?
And more tomato or lettuce and a bunch of other things I'm forgetting. It was 6 inches tall and weighed a pound and had a dozen ingredients from 5 different continents. It was the most impossible food item you could imagine in any age before ours.
Wow.
I know, right?
That is...
Wow.
Wow. Thanks, Russ.
You're welcome, Alyx.
Sandwiches. Eric
When the
Wolpaw.
writers create a new character, we try to write a variety of material from that character's perspective to help find their voice. What motivates them? What do they sound like? How do they relate to other characters? It's helpful to know the answers to questions like this early in a project, particularly when working with a team, where different people might end up writing for that character. The club sandwich story that Russell tells in this section started out as one of these writing exercises. The writing team wrote pages and pages of Russell telling Alyx stories about life before the Combine, getting irritated with her, telling bad jokes, pretty much the whole emotional spectrum. As we refined Russell's character, almost all of that fell by the wayside. We needed to do that work to get to Russell, but most of it didn't sound like Russell anymore. Later in the project, we decided to make Alyx scared of the dark, so we needed Russell to talk a lot in this section to keep Alyx company. It didn't matter what he was saying, it just had to be this voice in the darkness that she was grabbing onto. And then we remembered, hey, didn't we write a rambling sandwich monologue a year ago? And the club sandwich speech was resurrected.
Jay, I love you. Please use your power to get the last TF2 comic released, please. Yeah, again, Russell used to be a character named Yosef. And was a completely different character, even though he looked identical. And the look of Russell was borrowed from Left 4 Dead 3's retired engineer survivor class. Again, evolution of Russell. You guys interested? You know what? I don't fucking care if you're interested. I want to make that video. You know, this is my least favorite part of the early game, is this area right here. I feel like they're gonna hide some of these DevCom nodes just to like be silly. Wait. Was Alyx scared of the dark in, like, episode 1? I don't think so. Alright. Doesn't the retired engineer texture kind of fit on Russell's face? Yes.
Wait, is that a dead Combine soldier?
Yeah. When you guys were off stealing the reactor, I saw the Combine moving supplies in here. So, I guess they're interested in this place again.
Right, we'll keep an eye out. Something's definitely up. Alyx, manhack, watch out!
See it. Okay, so right now, what it's like to live on Earth on a scale of 1 to 10. I'd say we're at a 2.
Yep, could always get worse.
What would you rate it before the Combine showed up?
Ooh, that's a toughie. I don't know. Good day? I'd say 6. Yeah, strong 6.
6? That's not great.
No, that's life, Alyx. You know, it's not always great.
Well, maybe we get the Combine off Earth and we could shoot for like an 8, you know?
Ooh, an 8. Yeah, that really would be nice. Really nice.
When building a Half-Life game, we try to start playtesting as soon as we can, even when we only have 10 or 15 minutes of gameplay built. We find it extremely helpful to see how players are reacting to what we've made as soon as possible. One of the major ways playtesting impacted Half-Life Alyx was in revealing how players reacted to the density of interactive elements in the world. Before we began, we were already aware that players would likely spend more time paying attention to the details of the world around them in VR, but we were unprepared for how significant this would be. Seeing some players spend 30 minutes messing around with a single interactive object really opened our eyes. As a result of those playtesting observations, we spent much of our development time focusing on the environment around the player and the level of details and interactivity to be found there. It might seem surprising that we didn't start with the assumption that we wouldn't need to spend that amount of time on the world, but the reality of game development is that we always have a finite amount of time to build a game and we're always making trade-offs. In the ideal case, we spend our finite time on whatever contributes the most to the player's experience. So,
did he just say that Valve has finite time?
A better sense of what elements are contributing to the player experience help us understand where to spend the limited time we have. In this case, those early playtests told us to significantly increase the amount we should budget for creating the world details and interactivity.
Yeah, Valve had a very finite amount of time to make this Half-Life game.
Barnacles are a unique enemy type in Half-Life Alyx in that they are static and often
Kelly
situated
Klein.
above the player's natural view direction. During testing in confined
Big Pink
or
Cookie
dimly lit
Woman?
spaces, we often saw players walk into barnacle tongues without noticing them. One way we addressed this was with audio. In particular, we made idle barnacles emit subtle breathing, croaking, and grumbling sounds like
It's
the
Soup
following.
Lady.
These sounds helped alert players to the presence of barnacles, and also made them seem like living creatures that were always active, not just a mechanical piece of gameplay that responded only to the player's actions. The head-related transfer functions available in Steam Audio were especially helpful, as they made it possible to accurately spatialize barnacle sounds so that the players could tell that the sounds were coming from above.
If Operation 10 isn't really out, Green Man 36 is getting banned. If it is out, he's getting VIP'd.
Early incarnations of manhacks were frustrating to fight in VR, since their audio was not providing enough information about their location. They seemed to appear from nowhere, and even when close to the player, they lacked a dramatic presence. We tried a variety of layered sounds with varied distance fall-offs, but this often created more confusion, especially when multiple manhacks were nearby. Our ultimate solution to the problem consisted of two parts. The first was to make manhacks emit the following alarm-like warning sound when they first came into range or were deployed by a Combine soldier. The second part of our solution was to add more aggressive looping sounds with short fall-off distances. The short fall-off of these sound loops meant that this specific component of manhack's sound treatment would only be audible quite near the player. Thus, when players heard these sounds, they knew that manhacks had begun hunting them, and one or more was getting close enough to be of concern.
Before Final Out was added, the cramped dark area of this level did not take players very long to traverse. But as the fidelity of the game increased, players spent more and more time getting to this point. As we've learned over the years, too much time in dark underground areas can become fatiguing to players, and this is even more significant in VR. This outdoor section provides a change of pace and a brief respite from the dark. Not only does it give players something visually different and interesting to look at, it allows them to clearly see and assess threat in open space, allowing them to get some easy kills with a little stress. It was also important to provide some variety here, as players are about to head into dark area that requires precision shooting and flashlight usage.
To receive this message is to be in civil code violation.
So, when we get the Combine off of Earth, what are you gonna do?
I'm going full production mode on the Russells, of course.
Oh, of course. You'll be sitting on a landmine.
Gold mine, yep. So here's the plan. Conservative estimate, I figure 1 year to get the world unconquered by the Combine, get them off the planet. So that's year 1. then another year to mass-produce the Russell.
This section, with a multitude of explosive barrels embedded in Zen overgrowth,
which I hate,
was designed to switch up player expectations and change the pacing of the level. Prior to this point in the game, explosive barrels and canisters were used as offensive weapons. In this space, they're deadly to the player. If a barrel or canister does explode, it sets off a fatal chain reaction. This change in priority forces players to aim carefully and adds intensity without combat. This has the positive side effect of training players to utilize the pistol even more effectively. While the automatic alignment of the flashlight with a braced weapon is useful in direct combat, in this section we observed players taking advantage of the decoupled weapon and flashlight, as they illuminated and targeted barnacles in the intricate Zen foliage overhead.
You absolutely loved this bit, honestly? Yeah, I guess it's okay. What the hell is going on here? This thing's reacting to my flashlight? Or, okay.
We decided early on that the environments we wanted to portray in Half-Life Alyx would benefit from an investment in high-quality volumetric lighting. This component of illumination is an indispensable tool, not just for creating atmosphere, but for drawing the player's attention to critical gameplay elements. Our system works in 3 phases. In the first phase, illumination from static light sources is captured in a 3-level hierarchical volumetric clip map surrounding the player. The highest resolution level of this clip map measures 1 cubic inch per voxel. The clip map is updated incrementally, less than once per frame, as the player moves throughout the scene. In the second phase, a compute shader ray marches in view space throughout the clip maps, accumulating static lighting, dynamic lighting, and volumetric extinction. The ray marching is performed every frame and employs temporal anti-aliasing to improve quality. In the final phase,
look at that guy's
sample
foot.
Lighting and volumetric scattering from the prior phase for each eye, once per frame. The result is a texture that describes, for any given view space depth, volumetric scattering and extinction, which we apply during forward rendering.
I'm gonna be honest, I tuned all that out. I'm appreciative they put so much effort into volumetric lighting. I don't care. I don't care how it's done. Hey, Reno. Oh god, I'm almost out. Sounds interesting. I wish I understood it better. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what time it is. I've kind of lost track of time right now. It is 4:41. Within the next 3 to 4 hours. If they were to do something, it'd be in the next 3 to 4 hours.
We always introduce new enemies at a distance, and never while the player is under duress. Here, the player is able to observe the Combine soldiers killing some wandering zombies, giving the player an idea of how powerful the soldiers are, and how they might operate in combat. We located the Combine far enough away that it was plausible that they would not notice the player, but close enough that the player could choose to engage, but remain relatively safe from return fire.
Dope. Am I missing any resin? Resin? Hello? Resin? Yeah. Yeah, they cut civil protection out of the game entirely fairly early on. Ooh, I am one away from grenade launcher. When's the next? Can I get back up? No. I am one away from grenade launcher. There's gotta be one that I missed. Oh, man. Oh! Are resin costs lower on easy mode? I'm positive the grenade launcher was 50.
Oh, that should come in handy.
Shut up.
The first encounter with a Combine soldier caused a number of issues in playtesting. The biggest one was that players were often surprised when the soldiers started shooting at them.
Adrian Fanal.
Some players who were new to the Half-Life series had no idea who
Where's
these
season
soldiers were.
2?
But it's also been hours of game time since players saw another human, and we found that many players weren't willing to immediately start shooting. Some players also wondered why Alyx moved so quickly to killing other humans. This area was designed to demonstrate that Combine soldiers are hostile and will attack on sight, giving the player a reason to want to shoot back. It starts with the dialogue preceding the encounter, where the player overhears the Combine discussing the problem of scavengers in the quarantine zone. Then, when the player finally achieves visual contact with their first Combine soldier, they witness that soldier in the process of executing a civilian scavenger.
Adrian, where's Underlord Season 2? Come on, man, where's it at?
Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Squad Soldier AI has been a mainstay of the Half-Life series, so we were excited to see how their design would be impacted by the move to VR. Our early playtesting against a Half-Life 2 Combine Soldier AI in VR immediately made a number of things clear. First, the players did not like to be shot at. and often had a visceral, negative response. The soldiers frequently ran at players at full speed, firing all the while, and we discovered that the speed of Half-Life 2 combat was simply too overwhelming in VR. Also, players took longer to do everything in VR, especially the core action of spotting and aiming their weapon at an enemy while staying in cover. As a result, the soldiers tended to live much longer in VR than they did in Half-Life 2. It was clear from these early playtests that the most common reaction among players was to immediately seek cover from enemy fire. So we started experimenting with changes to the soldier AI, aimed at building a combat experience around players' tendency to seek cover. Early experiments were focused on keeping Combine soldiers at a comfortable distance from the player, while keeping them moving around enough to not have combat become too static. To create lulls in firing for players to peek out from cover, we prevented soldiers from shooting while on the run in most cases. To keep players from remaining stationary, we created a concept of flushing, where squads will attempt to flush the player out of cover, and we gave each class of soldier a different method of flushing out the player. But even in these early tests, it was also clear that players weren't capable of fighting soldiers until they'd gotten skilled in a number of basic combat actions, like reloading their gun without having to focus all their attention on it. So we were careful to slowly introduce the various types of soldiers, and even individual features within the soldier classes. For example, these early fights against Combine soldiers only feature the basic grunts, and these particular grunts don't carry grenades. This means they don't actually have the capability to flush a player out of cover. We found it was important in these first fights to give players all the time they need to learn to use cover effectively, before we start introducing enemies that could try and flush them out.
You should have plenty of time to get the override back online.
Playtesters don't like anything. Playtesters blah 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 blah. They want everybody to be comfortable.
I'll be able to stop the train right here.
Not just dorks like us.
Absolutely. You just... Right, that's the terminal there.
I'm on it.
Do hurry, though.
Bye-bye. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Mine.
Okay, no worries. But the train is coming. Just get me in. It'll only take a second. You're doing great.
Yep, doing great. No worries. No worries. No worries. No worries.
Okay, now just re-engage the system.
Is this supposed to come off?
That's the opposite of what it's supposed to do, Alyx.
What do I do now?
Well, don't panic. Well, stop panicking if you are.
I'm not panicking.
Yes, but I am. We need to find another way to stop this train. 10 seconds, Alyx.
At this point in the game, we knew we needed a big set piece, a non-combat moment to reward players for fighting their way through the dark, scary tunnels. Not only that, but the pace of the story was leading up to its most important moment thus far, the rescue of Eli Vance. Crashing the Combine prison train that was transporting Eli felt like the exact right thing to accomplish these goals, and it gave us the opportunity to create some VR spectacle. We wanted to achieve the cinematic chaos of causing a train wreck, while giving the players an active role in the event. Our first attempts to design the scenario were a challenge. It turned out that directing the players' attention wasn't as simple as ensuring they were in the right position through gameplay. In our initial tests, players frequently failed to see some or all of the spectacular train wreck. The crash was one of the first destruction sequences we put into the game, so we had a lot to learn about player behavior in VR and how to direct the player naturally to immerse them in the chaos. On top of that, to continually hit our target frame rate, we needed to create a cascading series of events, so that only some of the destruction was happening at any given time. Sound design, level design, effects, and animation had to be carefully coordinated to lead the player's attention through each stage of the wreck. For example, at the start of the crash, we used the sounds of train cars piling up in the distance, encouraging players to look in that direction before one of the train cars lifts up and blasts through the concrete connector. At the end of the sequence, the smokestack collapse is used to direct the player's attention to their eventual path forward, and we wanted players to witness its destruction. Before bringing down the smokestack, we gave players a brief moment of rest, and, again, used sound to draw their attention to the smokestack. Initially, we used a rumbling sound preceding its collapse, but we found this to be too subtle in practice, and instead added the transient explosion sound, which drew the player's attention towards the smokestack more reliably.
For the rescue of Eli, we wanted to create a tense, just-out-of-reach moment, where the player physically saves him. But for the rest of the story to work, Alyx and Eli had to take different paths at the end of the scene. We tried a few different approaches, including a version where Eli was hanging from a ledge just in front of the player, and the player could reach down to attempt to grab Eli's hand to pull him up. In practice, however, players' hands would collide with the real-world floor. Not only did this make it impossible to reach Eli, it took players out of the moment, wrecking the emotion of the scene. Since Eli and Alyx had to take different paths, we tried an approach where Alyx rescued Eli, but he was injured and couldn't proceed. Unfortunately, many players would stick around, not wanting to abandon him. Eventually, we arrived at the solution that shipped in the final product. Separating Eli from the player with the Vortigaunt's rescue made for a much more meaningful return and fulfillment of the Vortigaunt's promise to help Alyx. The datapod that Eli found was an addition that not only let us integrate Eli back into the story later, but also gave him something to do, so there was a much stronger reason why he would not accompany the player on their journey going forward.
That's... He was hanging from a ledge in, like, the summer of last year. Him being injured was, like, before fucking, like, that was 2018, 2017 bullshit.
Go! Stay safe, baby. I love you.
I love you, too. Thank you! Hey, Russ. Keep an eye out for Dad, okay?
I'll let you know if he gets here. When he gets here.
Kidney beans! Can we get some kidney beans in chat? Oh my god, there's a person named Beans Kidney? What the fuck? There's somebody named Beans Kidney in my chat.
You know, it got a bit messy back there, but we did get Dad back.
Yeah.
Attention.
What?
That's probably gonna draw some attention. Not probably, actually. It's
definitely drawing attention.
Look, they're looking for you now, okay? So just be careful. You know, if we can get this weapon, we could change things forever.
Yeah. If.
Look, I know we've only been working together for a few hours now, but I want you to know I'm proud of you. Okay? You're under a lot of pressure here.
Wow. Russ.
So much pressure, in fact, that I hesitate to even bring it up, but I did notice that when you reached out for your father's hand, had he actually grabbed it, his grip would have crushed all the delicate sensors in the Russells.
Ah, okay.
Totally understandable, and would have been worth it, by the way, in this case.
Right.
Having said that, I have a hard time imagining another situation where that would have been the case. And much like your father, the Russells are priceless. Okay, so just moving forward.
Russ, I promise your gloves are safe with me.
Alrighty. Ah, here we go!
Early on in the project, we spent some time experimenting with the classic Half-Life crowbar. Playtests showed us that it was an interesting tool for our player to use in puzzles and world interactions, but we weren't very happy with how our melee combat efforts turned out. We felt it was really important that the crowbar was solid to the world and enemies, and that resulted in some tricky physics challenges. Players could easily push the crowbar into an enemy in front of them, because nothing in the real world would stop it. Indeed, without that real-world physical feedback, we found playtesters exhibited a wide variety of swing behaviors. Some would waggle the controller rapidly, others would put their whole body into it. At the same time, playtest response to our pistol prototype was very positive, especially around the more complex reloading mechanics. Faced with a potentially significant R&D problem in melee combat, we chose to refocus our efforts on ranged combat.
Cut the crowbar!
It also didn't help that players all associated the crowbar with Gordon Freeman, not Alyx Vance.
Alyx, look out the window.
This entire section of the map, from the start of the keycard puzzle up to this room, was added specifically to show the player the vault on its own. Without this little detour, players would otherwise have their first view of the vault at the entrance to the Northern Star Hotel, which was also when they would see their first Combine substation. So much new information all at once led many players to confuse the vault with the substation, or just miss it entirely, so we created this area of the train station to highlight the vault on its own. Even though players are required to enter this room to get the second keycard, they still wouldn't necessarily notice the vault outside, so we added some dialogue with Russell about looking out the window to see it. This may be a bit heavy-handed, but it was necessary to solve the problem of players not recognizing the vault when they saw it later in the game.
I wonder how late in development they added this section. I know that the key cards were added very late. So, and that's one of the reasons why they're used so infrequently through the game. Pretty much just here. So, maybe I'll be able to trace when key cards were added, and that'll answer the question.
Have you heard any Combine chatter about Dad escaping?
No, nothing. It's all about sending reinforcements into the quarantine zone.
On the plus side, that means Dad is still on his way back to you. We'd have heard if they recaptured Eli Vance.
And on the downside,
getting to the vault isn't going to get any easier.
Everybody type fuck it, cut the crowbar in chat, please.
Ooh, grenades. Total waste of grenade.
Worth it.
Worth it.
Agreed. Four shells left.
You're really salty about the exclusion of the crowbar. Yeah, I am. Not just the crowbar, but melee combat entirely. Because all this stuff is still in the game, and I've been working for months to get it in a working state again, and it's very hard. Oh, bye-bye.
Heads up, zombie.
Look out below.
Look out.
Wasn't it never in a working state? Not in a state they were happy with, but it works. Like, all the CVARs and shit for it are still in the final build of the game. And I've played around with a build that reactivates them. It's broken as fuck, but it still works. What do you think about barnacles not dying when eating poison head crabs? Oversight? Yes.
Although it may seem obvious that throwing would be a trivial interaction to support in VR, a lot of nuanced work is required to get it to feel right. And if we were going to build puzzles like this one, where the player must throw an armed grenade through a high duct, throwing needed to work well. A typical VR game running at 90 frames per second will read the sensor data from the track controllers once per frame. This means the data is read every 11 milliseconds. That may seem like a short time step, but when throwing, a user can easily move their hand 15 centimeters or more in that amount of time. Additionally, the player may release the object by opening their hand or releasing the trigger at any point during their throwing motion. This makes reconstructing the act of throwing a virtual object an interesting signal processing problem. It's up to any given piece of VR software to derive the player's intent from the discretely sampled controller data, and we've learned a lot over the years about what works and what doesn't. In the lab, which we shipped in 2016, we sampled the controller's positional data every 11 milliseconds and used the sampled positions to compute the controller velocity at each time step. We then used an average of the computed velocity and direction over several frames before and after the object release to determine the velocity and direction to apply to the thrown object. Although this was functional enough to ship, it didn't always feel consistent, especially if the game's frame rate ever fell below 90 frames per second. Later, in the Index controller tech demo Moondust, we expanded on this algorithm by biasing towards higher velocity data. We also extended the SteamVR software interface to provide the controller's instantaneous velocity and acceleration data from the hardware inertial measurement unit, which is computed on the controller every 2 milliseconds. This meant that we did not have to calculate an estimate from the positions sampled by the engine only every 11 milliseconds as we had done on the lab. This was crucial to providing a more responsive feel, as it meant the throwing calculations were no longer tied to the rendering frame rate. After further experimentation, we arrived at the solution used in Half-Life Alyx, which takes 10 frames that preceded the release of the held object and averages the 3 frames bracketing the peak controller velocity in that time window. We have found that this tends to lead to a better approximation of precisely when the player intended to release the thrown object. This approach resulted in consistent, comfortable throwing, enabling us to rely on players being able to accurately throw grenades or any other objects with confidence.
This optional toner puzzle is intended to train players not to blindly click on each junction without first understanding the implications. This particular puzzle is designed to have the side effect of tripping a fire alarm if the player merely clicks on each toner junction they encounter without looking ahead. An observant player can easily solve the puzzle without tripping the alarm, but a careless player will trip the alarm, causing a Combine soldier to come storming around the corner to investigate the noise.
Which I did. Making sure I'm not missing any of the developer commentary nodes. They used to hide 5 stacks of resin out in the world. I wonder if they'll talk about why they don't do that anymore.
Look to the Northern Star.
I am. Why are you saying it like that?
No. The Vortigaunt said, look to the Northern Star to help his friends, which sounds like Vortigaunt nonsense, but I guess it isn't.
Oh, yeah. That does make more sense.
You guys having a good time? We're gonna take a quick break when we start the Northern Star chapter, because we've been going straight the whole time. And I'd like to drink some water, get a snack, because we are going to play through all of Half-Life Alyx today.
I think you should find your way into that hotel and get up to the
I know,
substation.
Russell, I know. I'm just making sure I grabbed everything. Doesn't seem to be much in terms of available loot. Oh, there's something. Oh, there's something. Percentage of the game is this? I'd say it's about 25%-ish.
Typical players spend up to 2 hours progressing through the interior spaces of the Northern Star Hotel, and we found in playtests that they often had trouble remembering their next goal of disrupting the Combine substation above. In earlier tests, the vault constantly reminded
there's a load
players
screen,
of its
so I gotta
presence by emitting a repeating abstract musical pattern. This pattern works so well at drawing and keeping the player's attention that we expanded and fictionalized it as a semi-musical sound design pattern, which we changed to emit from the Combine substation, representing it collecting and transmitting Vortigaunt energy to the vault.
That's really cool. That's really cool.
While in the hotel, the player does not have line of sight to the substation, so we repeat this sonic pattern at varying volumes within the hotel as a reminder of both the Combine substation and the vault outside.
That is so fucking clever.
In fact, if you look closely at the Zen foliage when you are in the hotel, you will notice that it reacts visibly to the overspill of Vortigaunt energy as it flows from the substation.
What? Alright, we're taking a break. What? Hello, hello, hello. Hey, everybody. Okay, so we're going to continue on with this playthrough in a little bit. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours. There's no evidence of Operation 10 coming out as far as I'm aware, but I'm taking a look at Valve saying stuff about Alright, I'm gonna get some lunch. Or dinner, more like. It's like 5. I'm just making sure that I didn't miss anything. During my lunch break, we're gonna stream data mining this update. Okay? Sound good? All right. Peace and hair grease. We'll be right back. Hey, we're back. What's up? All right, I got me some of the best fucking food in the world. Cup noodle curry. Gonna let that heat up. I'm just checking all my platforms, make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, Yakuza 7's out, isn't it? Fuck. I can't afford it right now. Damn. Exclamation point wish in the chat. So what's up? How's everybody doing? We're gonna keep playing Half-Life Alyx through the rest of the stream. I'm hoping to finish the game.
Nice.
Yo. Thank you very much. Yeah, so let's take a look at a possible data mine here. I wonder if we will end up finding anything interesting. I mean, it's possible that we will. Is it likely that we will? I don't know. I know Citadel is in development right now.
Nice.
Like, I do know that. Yo, thank you. But the question really is like, okay, so will we find any Citadel information in the data mine, you know? So, I'm actually gonna close Half-Life Alyx here. And we'll just start the developer commentary again on the Northern Star. Let me get some music on. Let's get some music. What kind of music you guys want to listen to? Let's see what we got. Let's listen to some video game music. Yeah, let's listen to the Mario Galaxy theme. Mario Galaxy stuff. Do I have Mario Galaxy 2s? Mario Galaxy 2? Mario. Yeah, I do. Listen to that. I know that this isn't like my trademark to listen to fucking Mario Galaxy music, but Portal and Super Mario Galaxy are my favorite 2 games of all time, and they're tied. So. Alright, so we do have an update that we can actually data mine. Oh wow, and it's not that large of an update. Is this it? What? This doesn't make any sense. Yeah, but it didn't track the VPK? It didn't track the new additions to the VPK? What's going on? Is XPaw in the chat? Can somebody ask XPaw? This is going to be a very quick data mine. But that's very confusing that it didn't track the additions to the VPK. It usually does. Commentary entities. This is actually old. This was already in. No, it's not that they leaned. They didn't clear their shit. That's not how that works. There would still be all the audio file, the actual audio. Yeah, XPaw, what's going on? I don't know if you're here.
What?
You Rudy, thank you very much for the $6. And then you've got translations. That's super weird. Yeah, Xpaw's not here. I'll ask him on Discord. Troubling. Maybe not troubling. Okay. Well, that's just how it is then. All right. We've got some Dota 2 updates from today. Mostly localization stuff. All right. Yeah, I mean that's fine. I'm gonna wait for Xpaw might be asleep. Yeah, we've got 2 Dota 2 updates. We've got a bunch of shit to play. Oh, the Vienna Minecraft server is back online. No way. And we've also got to play Vault Maps, the scary one. We definitely don't have time to do that today, but we will do that. Alright, so what'll be first, Cyberpunk or Op 10? Probably Op 10, but you know. Let's oh. I have a couple plans in mind for what I'm going to be doing with the commentary node update. One of them is going to be called The Production of Half-Life Alyx as Told by the Valve Developers or something like that. So I've got my curry ramen and oh god, look at that. Beautiful. Yeah, and the whole Half-Life Tower too is another thing I gotta play. Look at this. Look at that. Oh, it's my favorite. It's a good day. Playing new Half-Life content, new Valve content. Filled with video ideas. Eating curry ramen, listening to Mario music, talking to my buds. Alright, that's delicious. I love this shit so much. I'll let that cool for a little bit. So, yeah, Slarty, was it Slarty or was it Uncanny? Somebody from that team remade the old beta Manhack, which is cool. Yeah, a lot of stuff happening in the Half-Life community, which is cool. It's always cool to see. People, you know, somebody just went in and extracted the audio and just uploaded it straight onto YouTube, which seems lazy. Definitely a better way of doing that. But, you know, like here, Upload VR just uploaded all the... Oh, did you just upload the Gabe Newell bit? Oh, just gameplay. Okay. Yeah, I know how I'm going to be doing it. Ooh, we got 3 trade offers. Got one from Rat smoking a cigarette. Tyler, I beg you to play Apex Legends with the voice actor of Crypto, aka Johnny Young, because he fucking streams like every day. I don't play Apex enough. I told you someone would do it before you. I'm gonna do it better though, so don't worry about it. Like, it'll be what I'm working on all day tomorrow. From Mr. I don't know, Uwu XDD, what do you say? It's Prisma Case. Thank you very much. Exclamation point trade in the chat if you want to be able to send over your own trade offer. Always helps me out. Any kind of support like that helps me out. You've got exclamation point donate in the chat if you want to send me some money. Exclamation point trade in the chat if you want to send me some Steam items. Exclamation point wish in the chat if you want to get me a game from my wish list. This is my current wish list. We've got Apex Legends Champion, Baldur's Gate 3, Bayonetta, Bloodstained, Borderlands 3, Catherine, Cook Serve Delicious 3, Cyberpunk, Death and Taxes, Disco Elysium, Ghost Runner, Horizon Zero Dawn, Alyx 2, Mafia Definitive Edition, Manifold Garden, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Pillars of Eternity 2, Deadfire, Satisfactory, Gathering Storm and Rise and Fall, the two Civ 6 expansions, Below Zero Subnautica expansion, Terminator Resistance, Vanquish, and of course Yakuza Like a Dragon. Exclamation point wish in the chat for that. Exclamation point trade in the chat to send over some stuff like that. And yeah. So in the meantime, let's just eat some ramen. Let's talk as friends. Let's answer some questions. My favorite thing about curry ramen is there are little bits of potato in it. Mmm. Oh, so good. I'm already sculpting my next model. Sterling, what are you working on? Oh, shit. Hey! I knew if I asked nicely, Reno would... Hell yeah! Yakuza Like a Dragon! Reno coming in clutch! I know what I'm playing for tonight. How did I get all this DLC? Wait, did you buy me like the crazy edition? I have Teardown. Someone bought me Teardown and I've been playing it. It's great. Did you get me all the DLC too? Fuck. Oh shit. My subwoofer fell. Hell yeah. I gotta hug Reno now, yeah. Thank you very much. Exclamation point trade in the chat, send me some Steam items. Exclamation point wish in the chat, buy me a game. Exclamation point donate in the chat is the most important one of all. Just send me some money. And of course you can sub. I wonder if that's... Oh, it's Sterling. Oh, shoot. Don't... Fuck. Piss. If any of my graphics designers are here, I'd like a thumbnail for a video called Everything I Learned from the Developer Commentary or something like that. Yeah, I bring this when I go to my trainer. I drink like half of it through a 2-hour workout. My trainer got COVID though, so I'm kind of waiting for him to get better. My trainer's wife is a nurse, so. Do you think still it's possible Op 10 to release today? Yeah, it's still possible. I don't know when it'll be, but it could very well release today, yeah. When do you need it? As soon as possible. That'll probably be tomorrow's video. Favorite thing I learned so far was about the vortescence explicitly being used on top of I also liked a glass-shattering puzzle. They released Op 9 very late. Yeah. Which is why... It's Valve, it could be at any time. I was super surprised they released the dev commentary so early in the day. I'm so hyped for Deathloop. Yeah, there's still, like, it'll be late. CSGO always pushes big updates in the evening. At least Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, I'm a dumbass. You see, yeah, HTS Stevens, that's what I'm thinking. They pushed it so early in the day so that they could have more attention put on Op 9. That's what I'm thinking. Deathloop is a PS5 console exclusive. It's still coming out on PC. Is the VR bundle on Humble Bundle a good deal? I don't remember what comes in it. The VR bundle on Humble Bundle right now gives you... Atex Cyber, I've never heard of it. Hellfire, Archangel Hellfire, that's good. Killing Floor Insurrection, not... You get raw data, which is great. I Expect You to Die, which is one of my favorite VR games of all time. Creed Rise to Glory. Walking Dead Saints and Sinners. Zero Caliber VR. Not my favorite bit group of VR games. I mean, it's good for if you're trying to get more VR games. I already have all those games. Am I getting any new consoles? I can't afford them. So no. What up, Slacks? How you doing? Where the hell is Underlord Season 2? I really have so much to still play in VR. There's a lot of good games. Under what now? Oh, that's right. You don't like Underlords. Can compatibility updates still come out tonight for CSGO? Yeah. TF2 competitive is more alive than Artifact? Currently, yeah. I want the PS5. I have no interest in an Xbox Series X because I have a gaming PC with Game Pass. What's the best VR game? Half-Life Alyx. Like, it's not even a competition, you know? I honestly think that Valve really scaled back their Underlord support. I bet Season 1 did not perform as well as they wanted to. Have I played Battlefield 4? No. Yeah, I heard about the haptics on the controller. I've not tried it. Best VR game outside of Half-Life Alyx is Boneworks. It's 2:42 at Valve HQ. Well, everybody's working from home, first of all. Well, we're going back into Half-Life Alyx here in a minute. I'm just finishing my lunch. Are any teams working on pitching community updates? Yep. Quite a few of them. What games would you recommend from Humble Bundle? What are you asking? Yeah, I primarily cover Valve, Bethesda, and Nintendo. That's where I have information. Yeah, it's unlikely that it'll happen today. But it could still happen. But we got the DevCom, so I'm fine. Do you want a soup trade card? Hell yeah. Have I ever tried Fallout 76? I have like... How many hours do I have in that? On the Steam version alone, I have 70 hours in that game. Half-Life Alyx is much more player-friendly. Yeah. When do you expect Valve to release their next VR games? I have no idea. Alrighty. Alright. Let's get back into VR. Oh, we got 2 trade offers. Guns have penises from Jan. Thank you. I'm an old-time modder. Made the C models for Gmod. Would like to help if there's a team to fix up HL2 Deathmatch. I'm unaware of one. Liam AC58. Got some sprays. Thank you very much. Alright. Boop doop a doo. All right. We have just reached the Northern Star in our play. So did this Half-Life Alyx update contain less new content than expected? Very much so. It's just the developer commentary, whereas a lot of people, at least the people that give a shit about the workshop, really want workshop improvements, me being one of them. Alright, so we are in... we have just started the Northern Star chapter. All right, here we go.
That was weird.
And the power's out. Looks like we're taking the stairs.
We gonna talk about the piano at all? Where are the developer commentary notes?
Show. Hey Russ, name a song.
Flight of the Bumblebee.
Coming right out.
Really, y'all don't have anything to say? About the piano?
Ooh, breaker boxes. Let's go back to the elevator plan.
Is developer commentary turned on?
Power back on.
I just loaded from a save. Let's try something. Yeah, let's check it. Yep, it didn't load. Alright. So loading from a saved game disables dev commentary.
Looks like we're taking the stairs.
Tell somebody, tell Valve.
We knew from previous VR projects that players would expect a high level of fidelity from their interactions with objects in the world, and during early testing of Half-Life Alyx, we received comments that objects were not making the sounds that players expected, given an object's material, size, and assumed weight. This led us to a more granular approach to physics sounds than we had used in prior products. For example, in the past, we would have used a single physics sound for all objects of a certain size and material. So, we would have had one sound to represent collisions of small metal objects, another sound for large wooden objects, and so on. For Half-Life Alyx, we built up a new library of object-specific sounds so that we could distinguish between similar objects, like a piece of silverware and a small metal can. Not only do we now have a library of almost 2,000 object-specific physics sounds, covering over 160 different objects, but we can further alter the sound at runtime based on an object's impact velocity and the hardness of the material it collides with.
Here we go.
In some cases, we even layer in sounds representing an object's contents, such as matches in a matchbox or fuel in a jerry can, which can be heard when those objects are shaken by the player or collide with something at high velocity.
Yeah, it kind of sucks that I just lost all my progress and I have to effectively rebuild my inventory, but whatever.
Given the large number of bottles throughout the game, and the fact that they feature so significantly in the distillery gameplay, we decided to make interacting with them as interesting as possible using a procedural liquid effect. Each bottle is assigned a random fill level, and values for the amount of liquid agitation and foaming are calculated based on the bottle's movement. This is stored in the object's tint colour, which is otherwise unused. The shader calculates the liquid level based on the bottle's orientation in game. Since the amount of liquid visible in a bottle as a proportion of its height is different when oriented upright, sideways or upside down, different values are used for each in order to preserve the apparent volume of liquid inside. The liquid's surface is then displaced by a number of sine waves, modulated with the agitation value to create rippling waves. The areas determined to contain liquid, as opposed to air, take on the colour and refraction index values of that liquid. Bubbles and foam effects are added based on the agitation and foaming values. These are procedural and can be modified to create a variety of different behaviours. Several layers of bubbles are created in a local view space relative to the object, so that they're stable from frame to frame and can always move upwards relative to gravity. Artists can set a variety of parameters per liquid, such as colour, glow, foaming potential, wave properties, and a meniscus at the surface of the liquid which curls up around the edges of the volume, helping to communicate the viscosity of the liquid. The refracted environment seen through the glass and liquid is sampled from the same cubic environment map of the local area that's used for reflections, and so the bottles are effectively opaque and do not have to blend with the frame buffer in the way that transparent objects normally do. This was a strategic design choice, as along with storing the physics data in the tint colour, it means that the bottles can be rendered together as a batch in arbitrary order, which is critical for graphics throughput. In the end, the refractive liquid effect allows for a variety of interactions to take place at a fidelity that is especially compelling with tracked hand controllers in VR.
I gotta turn off my Discord 1 second.
Boom. Power back on. And up we...
Look at how it's trying to keep me from going up there.
This place is overgrown. How dangerous do you think this stuff really is?
Well, it is spores from another dimension, so probably... yeah, extremely. But a rare opportunity to examine alien flora up close.
Zen Flora animation.
The Zen Flora in this area animate in response to the Vortigaunt energy pulsing from the Combine substation outside. Since the substation itself is not visible from inside the hotel, it was important that we continue to remind players of its presence using audio and visual cues, and the Zen Flora provided a perfect opportunity to do this. The shaders used on the Zen Flora help illustrate the plant's response to the energy pulses in a few different ways. For example, the villi and cilia elongate and vibrate, while many of the other plants pulsate or glow. The intensity and timing of these effects are driven directly by the sound system, meaning that the audio and visual reinforcement of the Combine substation pulses are always in sync.
That's awesome. I had no idea about that. Ouch! How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? You guys having a good time? You guys having a fun time? Yeah.
I'm really starting to think I shouldn't be breathing this stuff.
Agreed. Just keep moving. Maybe breathe less.
Breaching the quarantine zone revealed a new hidden secret of the city. Alien plant life from Zen has taken root on Earth.
Oh,
And
really?
has been thriving in the shadows of City 17. On the development team, the Northern Star Hotel was referred to as Hotel Zen before it had a proper name in the story, as it was the first location we used to explore what Zen foliage could look like.
Hotel Zen.
And how it might consume any given environment. One of the challenges the environment team faced when designing the Zen foliage was layering a new look onto an existing environment without having to rebuild Zen-infested versions of every prop. We relied heavily on texture blending and kit bashing of Zen foliage shapes to handle most of the big environmental changes when zenifying a scene.
Zenifying?
We also added some new features to our level editor, Hammer, which allowed for more creative manipulation of assets to reduce repetition. For example, we could pose certain types of meshes such as the Zen tentacles. These could be placed, scaled, stretched and manipulated to snake through an environment, giving a handcrafted look without every asset having to be built for a specific location. These elements were editable in Hammer so they could be adjusted at any time, but were baked into static meshes when the map was compiled to improve their runtime performance.
Oh, damn, cool. Does this react to it? It lights up! What the fuck?
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, that's not good.
You see that? Russell? Russell!
Alyx! Come a minute!
The Reviver, one of the new enemy types introduced in Half-Life Alyx, arose from our observation that playtesters enjoyed searching their environment in VR much more than they had in traditional games. In addition to rewarding that desire to search with ammunition and resin, we experimented with how it could be part of fighting an enemy. We began prototyping with a fast headcrab variant we called the Runner, modifying its behavior to run away and hide from the player after it attacked.
The Runner?
We found players really enjoyed looking for a small, hidden enemy they knew was somewhere within a dense environment.
Really?
They also liked shooting at a fast-moving enemy that was able to run under and behind everyday objects like tables and chairs. Lastly, players talked about liking the way they got to be the aggressor in combat for once. Everywhere else in the game, they felt like they were always on the defensive. While feedback was overall very positive, there was one specific problem: how to encourage players to search for the Runner. After a few Runner encounters, we found players would start to realize they didn't have to look for the Runner at all. They could simply wait for it to run away and then leave the room. So we started prototyping various ways in which the Runner could become more dangerous if not found, setting up a time pressure where players had to find the Runner quickly or the situation would get worse. After some experimentation, We landed on the prototype where the runner could revive a fallen zombie and become a new kind of foe, one that was more dangerous than a runner or zombie. After this change, the runner was renamed internally to the Reviver, and we began assembling the various encounters around it. It took a lot of playtesting to balance out all the various elements of the Reviver fights, because they involve multiple separate stages: combat versus the Reviver, searching for a hidden Reviver, and combat versus a revived zombie. In the end, we still didn't feel like we'd created enough of a foolproof reason for players to need to search for hidden Revivers, so we turned the Reviver's heart into a key, requiring players to collect it.
Fucking cool.
An enemy's animation can elicit a powerful emotional response from players, especially in VR. While developing the Reviver, we learned that sometimes a character performance can have unintended consequences. In our initial Reviver prototypes, we simply used a blue-tinted headcrab model with rudimentary electrical effects.
Hell yeah!
The prototype was successful enough in playtesting that we decided to invest in a new, purpose-built model for the Reviver, with electrical skin and improved effects. Players identified the new Reviver successfully in the game, but we ran into a new problem. Players didn't want to fight it anymore. While the blue headcrab was easily identified as something dangerous, the new model was something that players had to evaluate from scratch, and they didn't necessarily see it as threatening. In fact, the animations authored for the new Reviver model were interpreted by many players as friendly or even cute. Players would often approach the creature to try to pet it, or worse, refuse to kill it to retrieve the required puzzle piece, blocking their progression in the game. If they did then realize that they were going to have to kill the cute creature to proceed, they felt horrible having to go through with it. To fix this, we reauthored most of the Reviver's animations, making it significantly more unsettling and menacing. We also made the Reviver more aggressive by adding a jump attack if the player got too close. With these changes to animation and behavior, players once again were fighting the Reviver as intended, and they no longer wanted to take it home as a pet.
Well, now I'm interested to see if those old stuff is in there. Like, I wonder if those animations are still in the game.
This is the room featured in the very first shot of
Casey!
the Half-Life Alyx announcement trailer. It's not an obvious choice for that use. The room is dark, not particularly colorful, and it's a pretty pedestrian corridor. Cleaning supplies and laundry baskets are not in themselves attention grabbers. But we chose this scenario because it very effectively demonstrates the excitement and tension that we thought was typical of the game. All game trailers require careful design. Conveying a game's core experience in just a few moments is tricky, even at the best of times. But we believe the Half-Life Alyx trailer had to work harder than most to meet a particularly difficult and uncommon set of challenges. We had kept the existence of the game under wraps, so shipping the trailer was going to be the first time in 13 years that Valve had shown any work on Half-Life. On top of that, the trailer had to quickly communicate that Valve had chosen to make the next installment of Half-Life a VR game. And although we were very confident in the decision to make a VR game and in the quality of what we had built, we still worried that revealing those decisions to the world might cause even our most loyal fans to make their own decision, that we had truly lost our minds. Those of us working on the trailer knew it had to make people so excited that they could put those worries aside. The trailer also had to clearly convey that the game was not Half-Life 3, meaning that it did not take place after the events of Episode 2. Half-Life Alyx was, instead, a prequel of sorts, occurring between the events of Half-Life and Half-Life 2. In addition, the trailer had to show depth, variety, familiar characters, and enough novelty and surprise to get across to the viewer that this was really and truly a full-fledged installment in the Half-Life series, not a small VR experiment or a spin-off. This was a tall order, but the entire game team rallied around the effort because everyone understood the value of the work. We're just as proud of the result we achieved in the trailer as we are of any other part of Half-Life Alyx.
Casey, I love you. Fuck yeah. That trailer was amazing. Casey, fuck yeah, dude. I hope you're well. Congratulations on the baby. Casey, to me, and I've talked about this in a video I did last year, represents, you know, obviously she's not responsible she's not independently responsible for new Valve, but you had OG Valve from 96 to 07, Half-Life 1 to the orange box, and then you had shitty Valve, where the only thing good that they did was Portal 2 and a bunch of infighting. And then something happened around 2016, 2017 where a bunch of the people left and they had to reevaluate. Casey, to me, represents changing ideologies at the company. So. Not so much Doug Lombardi anymore, you know what I mean? Not everything's gotta be Duck Hunt. Cheers. An eternal coup? No, nothing that violent. Nothing that...
Half-Life Alyx supports 3 types of player movement: continuous movement, shift teleport, and blink teleport. Early on, one of the properties of blink teleport, and to a lesser degree shift teleport, was that players would often refer to the actual mechanic of teleporting when describing their movement through the environment. I teleported to the desk, or I teleported into cover, was often how players would describe their actions, and it served as an unconscious reminder that they were interacting with a game in a specific way. To address this, we made a couple of key changes early on that significantly altered the way players recounted their movement, and as a result, pulled them further into a more convincing virtual reality. One of these changes was the visual indicator that represented the teleport destination. We swapped the abstract cylindrical indicator used in the lab for a pair of holographic feet. The feet helped provide a sense of physical presence and indicated the direction the player would face upon finishing a teleport. We also added animated feet between the player's current location and the teleport target. These feet illustrated the path the player would traverse, further helping provide a fiction for their movement through the environment. Along with the visual interface changes, we also added audio of footsteps and body movements that would play after a teleport to effectively summarize the player's movement through the space. This isn't something everyone necessarily notices at first, but it is quite obvious when it's missing or incorrect. The footstep audio transformed how players described their movement through the world, and players would often refer back to movement in the environment as walking or running, as opposed to referring to game terminology.
Notice how Valve can go on for hours and hours and hours about the development of that, and not at all about the development of smooth locomotion. People like me made such a big fucking stink about a want for smooth locomotion that they added it. Now, they were always intending on adding it, and I'm not trying to say that anyone in the community was responsible for Valve adding smooth locomotion, but I will say that up until the very end of development, it was absolutely not a priority.
3 left. Last one.
Compared to our traditional first-person experiences, in VR we found it was sometimes all too easy to create an intense atmosphere. This can be to the game's advantage, but it can also be detrimental in cases where our focus is on training players in some new mechanic. In intense situations, players frequently fail to notice or retain critical information, and as a result, we often had to reduce tension in areas of the game where we were introducing players to something new. The audio of the reviver here as the player descends beneath the hotel is designed to ease players into the idea that they will be encountering the creature that they had briefly seen as they entered the hotel earlier. The reviver's scream and its shadow on the wall are designed to reduce tension by indicating the position of the reviver around the corner, removing any potential surprise. Telegraphing the reviver's position and giving players the upper hand helps set up the resurrection scene, where players want to observe the reviver instead of shooting at it immediately. This is critical because this is the first time the player sees the reviver reanimating a zombie, and if players are too distracted to take it in, they won't be successful in the upcoming fight.
For an enemy that had so much work put into it, I sure do hate the reviver. Anybody agree with me? Yeah, FPS is probably going down because of that reviver scene. There's really nothing I can do.
Last 2 shots.
Just, let's get through this. I have a 2080. I really want a 3080. But as I'm sure everybody that gives a shit knows, those are impossible to get a hold of. I will say that on my end, it looks fine.
Alyx, is the dog gone? What happened?
New development? It went into a dead guy.
No.
Yes. I had to shoot both of them. It was nuts, Russell.
It sounds nuts.
Oh, it was.
No! Yeah, but I want any kind of power that I can get, you know? Because streaming with VR is very hard.
One of the challenges with the Reviver's resurrection mechanic was training players that the Reviver was the target, and the zombie was effectively just an inert vehicle that could not be damaged. This was a significant departure from what we had been training players to expect. Up until this point in the game, players would see a zombie, shoot at it, and as long as they hit it enough times, it would die. The Reviver breaks that expectation, and in early tests, players thought the game was broken when the zombie wouldn't die or even react to being shot. We had to make a number of changes to revive zombies to train players that this behavior was intentional. First, we designed the revived zombies' introduction animation to use particle effects and audio to draw attention to the changes that result in this new type of combat. Second, we substituted in dual particle and impact sounds to make shooting the zombie feel less impactful than it did in previous encounters with ordinary non-revived zombies. And finally, we modified the revived zombie so that it doesn't play any flinch animation or respond to bullet impacts, further communicating to players that its behavior is different. We also used the Reviver itself to illustrate the new combat experience. Electrical effects were added to indicate the Reviver's movement inside the zombie, with a bright pop and glow as it emerged at a new location on the zombie's body. With these new visuals and satisfying impact sounds and screeches from the Reviver when hit, playtesters were no longer confused and consistently enjoyed the new combat mechanic.
Your playtesters are stupid. Revivers suck.
In our early designs, a revived zombie was just an invincible zombie with a moving vulnerable spot. Playtesting revealed this to be less tense and threatening than the Reviver on its own, and since we wanted the revived zombie to be a higher stakes adversary, we needed to enhance its offensive capabilities. As a natural extension of the electrified nature of the Reviver, we chose to create an electrical field around the revived zombie, so that players who got too close would take heavy electrical damage. This worked well for many playtests, until we observed a player who was a proficient real-world marksman. This player was able to easily defeat the revived zombie without ever being threatened by it. In response, we gave the revived zombie its electrified ground counterattack, which forces players to change positions to avoid damage. This created a cadence of attack and retreat that was more tense and satisfying for all players.
Since a VR game must always be rendered from a virtual camera that matches the player's own point of view, we have limited opportunities to control what the player sees. Elevators are one of the few tools we have in VR to direct the player's view. A rising elevator like this one can be used similar to a crane shot that you might see in film, going from one elevation to another, revealing a beautiful vista or dramatic story beat. In VR, elevator rides can be challenging to make comfortable, as the motion of the virtual elevator is inconsistent with the player's own vestibular system. We found that we can make the elevator rides in Half-Life Alyx comfortable enough for most players by moving the elevator slowly and limiting how much the player could see out of the elevator. This particular elevator was initially far more open, but we gradually introduced more and more visual obstruction to the design so that the player always had some significant portion of the elevator in their field of view. This meant that we were able to get the dramatic reveal of the hotel exterior and Combine substation we desired, but players were comfortable since they could always see the elevator, which was in their own frame of reference.
So I should be worried.
Normally, yes, but you're the one headed towards the danger, so I'd say we should be the ones worried about you.
After exiting the elevator, the player gets their closest view yet of the Combine substation attached to the exterior of the hotel. While the Combine architecture can veer into the abstract, it's often at its most successful when contrasted with a human structure. Beyond this, we always try to drive the visual design with an invented function, ideally to support the gameplay or story. In this case, the routing of some unusual power source to the vault from various parts of the city. The player doesn't know it at this point, but this substation is designed to essentially torture the song out of a group of Vortigaunts who are housed in the attached pod farms. The output is collected from the Vortigaunts before being reharmonized by a single conductor Vortigaunt via the cable tuner apparatus seen at the root of the transmission cables that run up to the vault itself. This design gave us the opportunity to subsequently meet another Vortigaunt, and acted as enough of a constraint to allow us to design an interaction that would physically compromise the substation as the player exits the hotel in the next map.
Holy shit! You like lore? Yeah, it's fucked as fuck, but that's also amazing. I love lore. I love lore!
You've almost got it.
Alright. Boink. Boink. Yoink.
Oh, that really worked, didn't it? Huh.
Why is the Combine printer reading out in English if the Combine don't read English?
Oh, that should come in handy.
Shut the fuck up, Russell. Could really use a shotgun shell, don't you think? I feel like we're getting close to a loading screen, but I don't remember. Oh, hello. The drug-addled zombie. Okie dokie. Oh, that was neat. Man, I haven't played Half-Life Alyx all the way through in a little bit.
Uh-oh. This guy's not wearing a shirt.
Shut the fuck up, Alyx. He's also dead. I'm getting a lot of video ideas. Oh. There you go. Uh-oh. This guy's not wearing a shirt. Yoink. So the sound at the beginning of the game is a substation. Who knew? Yeah, there it is. Uh-oh! One eye flashing at a time glitch. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, if Electra was playing this, she'd have a seizure immediately. Yeah, okay. So my view's fucked. In the headset, it's completely fucked. Let's see if you can see it. It's just flashing. Okay. Hold on. Oh, that's gonna be tough. Yeah, so if I exit the game, how do I turn on developer commentary from a map? I gotta restart Steam VR, like, entirely. Okay, let's see. Does shutting down HLVR fix the problem? No! Okay, so HLVR has been turned off. It's still flashing that. Okay. Let's try increasing the refresh rate. Let's increase the refresh rate of Steam VR and see if that fixes it. Yeah, it's still flashing. What if we do, like, go to 144? It stops flashing, but it's still frozen. Okay. Because I gotta figure out how to get back to where I was in the game with developer commentary turned on. This has been a bug since Half-Life Alyx was released. Valve. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna restart Alyx. Yeah. But the problem now is there's another bug in the developer commentary where if you load from a save, it turns off. It disables your, it disables DevCom, is what I'm saying. We've got another trade offer from Video Relaxant sending over a Crab de Chapeau. Stay badass and thank you. Thank you. Tyler, switch mics. I just did. How far back are you? Chapu. Okay. So I restarted Steam VR. Let's see if it's still flashing. Yeah, I left the loading screen and it remained. Alright. So now I gotta figure out a way to get back to where we were with developer commentary enabled. That's annoying. Alright, let's make sure we got vConsole turned on. Yeah, so what would the CVAR for DevCom be? If anybody knows, let me know. Oh, okay, it's literally just commentary. So what map were we loading into? Hotel interior rooftop, right? Oh, I see what I did. Okay. Commentary is set to 1. Okay. All right. Come on. They had like 7 betas of this shit. 8. They had 8. What's my dream equipment? A 5950X and a 3080. Or a 6800 XT, I don't know. Alright, well now it's not capturing the game. They had 9. There it is. Alright, we should be good now. Oh! Come on, come on, come on. All right, give me a second. Where's OVR? There it is. Okay. So, I lost my upgrades again. Fucking cool. Now, is the dev commentary on? Yeah, it is. Okay. Can't you just use the dev console to get upgrades? Nah, it's okay.
Zen foliage has been designed to respond to the player in a number of ways. In dark areas, where the flashlight is active, some Zen flora will animate or expand in response to the light. These Zen plants respond to the proximity of the player's hand by glowing and pulsing. The glow effect in particular is rendered with an offset using the correct binocular perspective for each eye, which gives the impression that the glow originates in the interior of the organism. The Zen flora's shader effects, which rely on hand proximity, take their input from a dynamic voxel field which follows the player at all times. The player's hands effectively draw motion trails in this voxel field, which can be sampled by the foliage's shaders to drive deformations and other shading effects. If the player moves their hands quickly, they produce motion trails in the voxel field. If they hold their hands still, they produce a radiating force. These different types of motion characteristics allow us to create different behaviors in the foliage to give it a bit of extra personality.
Is that Gabe's voice? No, that's Joe Ludwig, VR hardware engineer. I remember the textures looking crisper. I have textures on low. Try and help frame rate.
Particle effects present an interesting challenge in VR due to stereopsis.
Whoa.
Which is our ability to discern the depth of objects from two slightly different views of the world we see from our two eyes. Traditional particle systems, as seen on the left, were typically implemented as a series of flipbook images displayed on relatively large polygons, which orient to face the player. Each series of images would contain effectively a little movie of a more complex phenomenon like a wafting puff of smoke or a flickering flame and so on. For the monoscopic rendering used in non-VR systems, this approach holds up well and is widely used across the industry. Because of the stereo rendering used in VR, however, players can easily see the flashcards resulting in the unconvincing effect seen on the left. To address this, we had to update our particle rendering techniques for VR. The particle system on the right is an updated VR-friendly version of the older effect seen on the left. One technique we used on large cards, like the ones used in this smoke effect, was to create some drag on the card's reaction to the player's head movement. To do this, we created another particle system which lagged the player's position and was used as a player camera for the facing direction of the smoke cards. By removing this one-to-one relationship of head motion to sprite rotation, we were able to give the impression that the smoke effect was volumetric. In addition to using more 3D elements in the creation of our effects, we also often use the post-processing bloom on particles to help visually merge elements that otherwise would appear as a set of flat planes. This made the cards harder to stereo fuse, which gave them a more diffuse volumetric feel.
Cool! So it's fake volumetric smoke? Seems like it. Is there anything down there?
One of the tenets of Half-Life game design is
Tom
creating
Giardino!
moment-to-moment experiences that players participate in as they progress through the game. Sometimes this means playing with emotional responses to turn something undesirable into a memorable highlight. This collapsed section of the hotel features this type of experience. Players are often instinctively pulled to the safest looking location in a given area, and here that would be the well-lit corridor above. But when they get there, they find their way blocked by a Combine power shield. The power cable to shut down the Combine force field leads them back down into the poison headcrab-infested darkness below, a place they really didn't want to go. These larger gameplay spaces also need to be resilient to player choice, so even if a player chooses not to head up to the well-lit corridor, they likely will still have the same trepidation about heading down into the darkness below. After the player has braved the darkness and sheltered themselves in the lit room where they're safe from the wandering headcrabs, they're faced with the daunting task of cutting the power to the Combine force field, because this has the side effect of plunging the area into darkness. Not only does that make the situation worse, since the player must make their way out of the pitch blackness with only a flashlight, but the path to the exit is back through all the poison headcrabs. We spent a lot of time tuning this experience through careful playtesting and evaluation. And often, when recounting their travels through the hotel in post-playtest discussions, players would recall this moment of being plunged into darkness as a high point, managing to combine a feeling of amusement with the overall sense of dread.
You know, I have dread
Combine shield blocking your path.
when I think about, you know, what happens after every human dies. Like, does the iPhone 12 mini really matter?
Alyx, it's your lucky day. That Combine weapon's unbonded.
How are you sure?
Still in the case. They never leave the You need to edit your genetic code.
I know. You would love that.
It's okay, there'll be a next time.
Alrighty. Yes? How long have I been streaming? 5 hours.
Oh, man.
Do you want me to stop? Because Valve just released the developer commentary for Half-Life Alyx, and I need to play all the way through it. How much longer do you guys think is left in the game? Probably 4 hours left.
Last 4 shells.
How long do you think is left, guys? Electra wants to spend time with her beautiful husband. I mean, we can do a part 2. I'm down to do a part 2. Like, you know, 2-part stream. But at the same time, I feel like for the content I want to make sense. Oh!
Alex?
Alright, I'll just step.
Alex, you still there?
So here's the plan. We've been streaming for 5 hours. Tomorrow we're going to stream for the rest of the thing. What I hope then is for the CSGO update to be next week. Or the week after, just not today, then. What do you think? So we got the video out today at the top of the stream. And I have an idea of what I'm going to be doing with it. I have an idea. It's going to take a couple days. What case is that switch in on the floor? Oh, it's my switch light and its grip. Did you hit the final commentary nodes? No, we're only halfway through the game. And I'd rather not be spoiled on it. We'll continue this tomorrow. I have 2 videos in mind specifically born out of the developer commentary. So I hope y'all are looking forward to that. And it's funny because, you know, favorite bits learned so far? I learned about... I loved hearing their thoughts on the trailer. I learned about the Runner, the original iteration of the Reviver, called the Runner, which is just a blue-tinted headcrab model. I learned about all the Vortigaunt lore. I loved learning about all that Vortigaunt lore. Glass puzzles, the original iteration of the toner. Very cool. Oh, the only existence of keycards is to allow people to see the vault before they get to the substation at the Northern Star. That's really cool. Yeah. A lot of cool shit. Could you please finish it tonight? No, it'll be tomorrow. And I'd rather not be spoiled on cool stuff in it. Do you think Valve is ever going to show us the early 2018 beta of Half-Life Alyx? Nope. Seems like they're ignoring anything before 2019. Yep. Do you think the VOD will be edited for just the commentary nodes? Or is the full playthrough being updated? You'll see. Neither of those things. Same time tomorrow or a few hours earlier? I have no idea. But my wife wants to hang, so I'm gonna go hang out with my wife. Love you guys. Peace and air grease. Talk to you guys later. Bye.